centre for the LTA British Tour. British Tour, British players, hopefully not too much British weather, but we might be in for a bit of a shocker. We'll see. Um, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, breezy day at the NTC. You still want me to keep going? Yeah, okay. So Aidan McHugh is the highest ranked player in this match. He's the number 3 seed. He's from Scotland. He was down here a couple of weeks ago, actually, practicing during the Battle of the Brits tournament, which was staged by Jamie Murray. And Aidan McHugh is under 7-7 management, which is Andy Murray's management organisation. So it's not going to help him step out of Murray's shadow, is it? Oh, man. Um, yeah, we're looking forward to this one, the first of 4 matches on today, and will be shown on BBC and the LTA Facebook and YouTube channels. Later today, we've got the number 2 seed Paul Jubb following this match, and Cameron Norrie is the top seed. Oh, okay, thank you. I can't hear anything except my own voice. That was good. Well, tennis is back. Welcome to coverage of the LTA British Tour Return to Elite competition. It's a 4-week swing of events taking place at the National Tennis Centre, and this is week 2. Today we're kicking off with the men's event, and it's a battle of the one-handed backhands on the main court between the number 3 seed Aidan McHugh and Joshua Paris, both from Great Britain. I'm Abigail Johnson, here to guide you through this one alongside Anna Smith, who knows a bit about competing herself, but not too much in recent times, right, Anna?
Unfortunately not, but I'm excited that tennis is back on our TV screens and we've got some exciting tennis to watch.
Absolutely. The main objective in staging these events is to allow players to return to competition in a safe environment. Lots of good restrictions on here, and providing competitive opportunities as well as the chance for fans to watch elite tennis for free before the international circuits resume. So hopefully many of you tuning in today. Like we said, this is week 2. Two 17-year-old champions during week 1 last week. Anna, you caught a bit of that, didn't you? You were down to the National Tennis Centre a bit.
Yeah, I did come down on Sunday, and I had a little bit of a watch. To be fair, I was mainly watching the doubles girls, but I've seen Emma quite a lot training here, and I think it was a tough match against Jodie Burridge. I believe it was a 10-8 in the third set tiebreak, so it was some really good tennis on show.
Absolutely. Gale Force wins as well, so fair play to them.
I'm testament to that. I was getting blown around left, right and centre watching.
Brilliant. We've got Jacob Miles in the chair for this match, and the players will do the coin toss and then we'll get underway. Well, we said before, Anna, British tour, British players, maybe some British weather. How's the forecast looking? Do you think we'll survive for a couple of hours?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed. It's looking a bit grey out here, but there's some darker grey clouds in the distance, but I'm hoping the wind is going in the other direction. But, you know, we obviously have the availability of indoor courts if need be, but this is an outdoor tournament, so we'd obviously like to keep going outdoors if at all possible.
Of course. That's a top-class weather report. Well done.
Thank you. I should have a career change.
Here we go. As you saw on your screen there, Aidan McHugh, the birthday boy, actually, he turns 20 today, launching this week's competition against Joshua Paris. And you can see the order of play for the day. Paul Jubb, the number 2 seed, will follow this one on against Max Basing. And then Cameron Norrie, our top seed, will be taking to court later. And Anton Matusevic is the number 4 seed, will be playing George Houghton later on. So a full day of tennis to look forward to, and we're hoping to get as much of it in outside as possible. Here we go on your screen here, Aidan McHugh. Says he's 19, but he is 20 today. How much can you celebrate your birthday when you're at a tournament, Anna? Have you had that experience?
Do you know, I actually have. When I was younger, I spent every single birthday in Nottingham.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every single birthday was in Nottingham, and then it went to Bournemouth because it was always nationals.
Ah.
So I always had the privilege of spending my birthday at a tournament. So I can guarantee his birthday will be celebrated a bit better if he gets a win here.
Did you ever lose on your birthday?
I think I repressed those memories.
Okay,
yeah.
So
I can't
out.
actually remember, but I do remember going out for some nice dinners. But yeah, it's a tough one because obviously you're so focused on what you're doing out on the court there. But I'm sure later he'll try and have a nice dinner and have a little bit of a celebration with a victory under his belt, hopefully.
Yeah, well, surely he wanted to seize the opportunity to get some match play in. He hasn't played an official match since back in February. When he played the M25 in Sunderland, lost to the eventual champion Igor Scheisling. But moving across to Joshua Paris, 24-year-old, so the senior player on court, but still on his way up the rankings, has a career high of number 838. Paris also with a one-handed backhand. So do you think they would prefer those wings? Are we going to see some backhand-to-backhand duels, or?
I think, I think probably that maybe they'll be a bit flashier from that side. I would still assume that looking at both of the guys, they'll still be wanting to use their forehand a lot more. I think that will be their weapon, and and the backhands might be a little bit more solid. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see two one-handed backhands. You don't get to see that so often nowadays.
It is more of a rarity. Nice to see it when it does happen, so could be in for a treat in this one. And Joshua Paris actually played in the first round here last week. He lost to Lloyd Glasspool. And that's not a bad matchup, really, for this one. Glasspool has a pretty decent backhand slice on him. He likes to move in. So it's good for Paris, I think, that he's had a match in these conditions to kind of get used to it ahead of what is going to be a big match for him today.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, obviously, against Lloyd last week, you know, Lloyd has been pretty high up in the rankings, you know, I think top 200, and he's got an incredibly solid backhand, and he plays very well. So I think, as we saw in the Battle of the Brits when he played with Dan Evans, you know, he was playing incredibly well. So I think that would have been good experience, and you know, it's always good to get a match under the belt before this one, and obviously AD hasn't played, so he could be a bit match rusty. So you know, if Josh gets off to a good start, this could be an interesting one out here.
Exactly, that's a good point about, you know, the players, they are just coming back now, so we're not expecting their best tennis straight off the bat, because you do have to find that rhythm again and just get used to it, even though they've played tennis for so long. It is different, right? You know a lot about having spent months out with injury and then having to restart. It's difficult, right?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, it's all well and good the amount of hours you put on the practice court, but nothing can ever quite replicate what you do on a match. And you know, just the fact that he's had that one match under his belt, it could be the difference between a slow start and a quick start. But obviously AD is the higher ranked player here, so you would hope that he can kind of find ways to show his class in this match. But yeah, it'll be very interesting.
Absolutely. Particularly on his birthday. No one wants to lose on their birthday. I have a lot of respect for actually people that sign up and volunteer to do that, because usually you don't have a choice, right? You've got to just turn up and take the win or loss, but he's made the decision to play here this week, so credit to him. Seen a few players out this morning trying to get some hitting in before the rain comes down, if it does, if indeed it does. You know, it might not at all.
Pessimistic. When the rain comes down, let's go with if.
As we alluded to, this isn't the first event to take place here this month. We are in the second week of the British Tour, and before that, the famous Battle of the Brits was staged indoor here at the National Tennis Centre. It was the very first behind closed doors event, and went down really well. There was some high quality tennis, and some of the players that actually took part in that event, I'm thinking Paul Jubb, who will be on later, are here as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how someone like Jubb copes from going as one of the underdogs to actually now being one of the players to beat. That's quite a change to deal with.
I think I think they still have to have a little bit of perspective here and realise that it is kind of their second tournament back, and they're not going to be finding their A game. But yeah, no, I think they're going to look at it as good match practice, and it looks like we're almost ready to go here.
It seems so. And looks like McHugh. I think McHugh will be serving to start this match. Must be a plus to have your serve firing straight from the starting blocks.
Yeah, no, it's good to 3 first serves. he said it hasn't made a return in the course, so potentially an easy free game here for AD.
Well, almost.
One of those sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I think he'll take it in this game. Well, there were some good wide serves to open from McHugh. A lot of times we see players are a bit slower to find their range on serve, and that gives the returner an opportunity to dig in. But McHugh looking good from the B offset there.
It's pretty smart there. I don't think he went flat out on any of those serves, but obviously you've got a little bit of wind out here, so going in there with sort of 80% pace, I think is a smart start, and you know, gives himself a little bit of time to get into the match. So it's a nice hold for him to start this match.
McHugh going carefully there with the second serve return, chopping it in, and paid off. Good consistency at the baseline. Oh, I like that.
Bit of old school serve and volley coming out there. Probably quite a good tactic in this wind as well. It's saves you having to hit those ground strokes and take time away from your opponent.
Yeah, nice change up. He's got some stature on him as well, Paris, 6'3", so really minimises the space there at the net. Well, McHugh didn't play Battle of the Brits, but he will have been hitting with some of the players competing. Do you think that kind of thing, playing against that level, will have helped him to shake off some early rust and really come out here swinging?
Yeah, absolutely. I think also you can see in that last rally especially, you almost couldn't see AD within the camera. He was standing so deep. So I think he's being quite smart and trying to give himself a little bit of time to get into the match, adjust to the conditions, and kind of just get a feel for it out there.
Great point then. And that's well saved.
Again, using that serve and volley, very clever. Especially when you're going to the backhand side of a single-handed backhand, it's highly likely they're going to give you a slice, so you're going to have a volley slightly higher. So clever play there.
And credit to Paris for making him play that point out, but it was a great return, I thought, from McHugh to start straight to Paris' feet.
It was a well-constructed point as well. You know, he played within himself and didn't go too big and gave himself big margins and looked to put the pressure on Paris and come forward.
Second chance here. Oh, great angle. Nice and steady from McHugh, and he earned the break to take the 2-love lead. How much of a difference do you think it makes to be serving second, playing catch-up? Probably more so further into the match, but Paris was under the pressure after McHugh held that opening game.
Yeah, I think it really depends on how comfortable you are in the fact that you're going to hold your service game. Obviously, AD felt comfortable to really put a marker down and get that first game under his belt. But yeah, there is always pressure because obviously, you know, AD gets a hold here and it's already 3-love. So yeah, it's a sign of confidence, that's for sure, from AD.
There's the backhand.
They do look pretty good when when you can rip it as cleanly as that.
Got right down for it. Paris managed to get back in there. We saw him run round to take the return on the forehand, obviously looking to make more of an impact than he did, but McHugh's follow-up forehand was a bit slow. He was just able to scoop his way back into that rally, but McHugh regrouped. Very nice.
Wasn't quite as successful as Josh was on those serve and volleys, I think, but it's tricky when you go into the slot on that forehand to be able to cover the whole court.
Well, it takes some nerve to run up to the net straight behind your serve, so how many failed serve and volleys before he takes a step back and doesn't attempt that one anymore?
I'd like to think he might try a couple more, but because I think it's quite a good tactic. I think maybe just could have gone to the backhand instead of the forehand wing. It's a smart serve though, kicking out to the back end, especially against a one-hander in the wind. It's tough to do anything with that. So I think that could be a good play for AD if he can keep doing that. He's going to get a few free points.
Exactly. It's even in these early days, it's a serve he's been going to, and if it works, why not? Doesn't really matter if that's being anticipated if the opponent can't handle it.
Absolutely, it's a high percentage shot, so you would think that it's something that he will look to use quite often. And again, going to the backhand there, he's spotted a weakness and got out to a really good start, 3-level ready.
And that does give him some breathing room here. And Josh Paris with a bit to think about as we head to this change of ends. For anyone just tuning in, you're watching the LTA British Tour return to elite competition. This is the second week of a 4-week swing of new LTA British Tour events taking place here at the National Tennis Centre. All events are for both women and men. Now, the men's event is a longer event this week, therefore we have 4 men's matches on this court today, and the women's event will be kicking off tomorrow. So focusing on the men for the time being. Well, I think that's the first double fault we've seen. He's got to be thinking here, Paris, that this is a must-hold service game.
Yeah, you think that if he doesn't hold on to his serve here, that this set is pretty much over, especially with the way that Aidan's racing through his service games.
Great rally. One of the best we've seen. Good setup at the line from Paris to move in. He's looking for ways to come to that net. It's been a successful position for him so far.
Yeah, it really has. He's been struggling from the baseline to sort of hit through AD, and you know, obviously it was a great point there, but it's slightly demoralising that that's kind of the points he's having to play to even get 1 point on the board. So I think he's going to have to try and find some other tactics that he can use, because AD's just a little bit better from the baseline.
Ooh, bit much. Thought he was going for the dropper there.
So did I. He said he bunted it cross court, but you feel that that was probably caused by the pressure that AD's putting on him. He's really having to kind of go for the lines and trying to hit big to even hit through him, and that is all credit to AD, because he's got his tactics spot on out here. Again, you can see he's looking for that serve and volley again. I think it's a clear tactic of his.
That was a much needed big serve. He needs those cheap points right now just to give himself a bit of breathing room in this game. Oh, he finds it. Nicely done. And McHugh was dictating that rally as well off the forehand.
It's been the pattern of this first set so far, AD using his forehand to good effect, but this time Josh managed to pull that forehand cross-court pass out of the bag, and thankfully he's got a game point here.
That is really well played. And he's deservedly on the board in this match.
Definitely making him feel a little better. Any nerves hopefully have been quashed after that hold, and he can really look to get into this McHugh service game.
Oh, that's well done. Dragged him up and opened up the space while he was off balance. And prior to that point, I was going to say that we've seen a lot of success for Paris at the net and not so much for McHugh. So as a tactic, Paris should look at something like pulling McHugh up to the net and making him play from there.
Yeah, you'd probably say so, because obviously looking at the rallies previously, anything that has been longer than a few shots, AD's pretty much winning most of the points. So, you know, he's not hurting him as much from the baseline, so he's going to have to find something to throw Aiden off his game here a little bit. He did exactly what you said, but when you're chipping at that shot and giving AD a forehand in the middle of the court, that's not quite going to cut it. So I think he needs to bring AD in on more Josh's terms than letting AD have a short ball. So
I was going to say, it's quite early in the rally. He probably wants to wait until he's pulled him around a bit and warn him a little bit before he tries to draw him in.
Precisely.
If he gets a rally.
Very true. But again, it's just the pressure that AD's putting on him by coming in and serving volleying. You know, he's cutting down the court and he's bringing him pretty wide on that serve, so he hasn't got much to aim at. So Paris feels like he has to really try and do something, and then you see he misses it wide.
A sharp second serve.
Yeah, he really did go through there, but I quite like it. You know, it makes your opponent think. I think he was getting into the rhythm of feeling like he was going to kick it to the backhand, so swinging it out wide, and I know he missed it by fractions, but I think it's a smart play. Don't like being predictable.
Well, with his position on the scoreboard, these serves are worth going for, just to try and extend that lead.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, he's actually been really smart and eased himself into the match. You know, I felt like he's very much played within himself, so now's the time to kind of put your foot on that accelerator when you've got that comfort of a bit of a lead.
is again back at the net and great control on that lower volley.
Yeah, he hit a couple of great volleys there. It was, he wasn't easy. AD made him play some of those awkward low forehand volleys, but he did so well, and AD moved great, but Paris hit a great smash to finish that point.
There it is again, the wide serve to the backhand.
I know that kick serve is working a charm. I think it's something that, as you can see, the wind's picking up a little bit more. I would not want to be hitting that one-handed backhand at shoulder height, so AD's being really smart out here on the court.
And he's maintained his advantage. Paris on the scoreboard, but still 4-1 in McHugh's favour as this wind does pick up a bit. I was actually playing myself in the wind earlier this week, and it reminds you how difficult it is, because sometimes even when you've got control on the ball as you strike it, the wind can take it as it travels, and that's so difficult to contend with.
It is. Wind is not my friend. But yeah, it's obviously tough. I mean, compared to what it was like on Sunday, that was wind like I've kind of never seen it before. I remember watching one of the points, and one of the girls threw up a lob, and it kind of bounced on the service line, and then the wind was blowing so hard it blew back over the net. So you know, these conditions are really tricky.
Nice to see Leon Smith out watching that, Davis Cup captain. She mentioned in these conditions, don't really want to be hitting on that backhand wing too much, and we can see quite a bit in these recent moments. McHugh running round to get the forehand.
You can see that he really uses that shot as a weapon, and he's been so successful so far in this first part of the set.
Once again, great control below the height of the net.
AD's doing really well, though. Every time he's approaching, he's making sure that he gets it low to Paris's feet, and he's having to play a volley below the height of the net, but so far he's been dealing with them incredibly well and making AD hit a passing shot. So, you know, if he can keep this up, then that's fantastic. I think this is a really good tactic for him.
Oh, I think that just dropped in, did it? Back end?
I'm not too sure, actually. AD looked like he definitely thought that was going out, but the score hasn't changed for us, so I can't quite see.
Okay, it looks like it did drop long. But with the wind, it's so difficult to tell, isn't it? Because that can change how far it's travelling and when it's dropping.
Yeah, it's always embarrassing when you're convinced the ball's going to go long and suddenly a gust of wind pulls it in, and you're like, oh my God, I have to hit the shot. Again, another one of those longer rallies. You always feel that AD does have the upper hand in them, and that Josh has to somehow find a way to either come forward or make these rallies shorter, because he's not having any success when the rally is sort of over 5 shots.
His favourite.
Well, it's his most successful play so far. You know, you've got to play to your strengths and realise if you're not beating him from the back of the court, you're going to have to change something up. And the problem is that he's going to have to try and find ways to do that on AD's service games as well. Otherwise, he's going to really struggle.
There he is again.
I think he's listening to us.
Well, clearly, he can read this match as well. Like, he knows what's working and what's not, but so much of it is in McHugh's control at the moment with how consistently he's rallying from the baseline. So, Paris, really, his options are quite limited at this point in time.
Yeah, you really struggle to see how Paris is going to win too many points from the back of the court. You know, Aiden's able to maneuver him around and kind of find his weaknesses and then come forward if needs be. So, you know, this is where the kind of the tennis brain kicks in, and you have to realise what your opponent's strengths and weaknesses are. And I think he's starting to realise that his strength is when he comes forward. It's just obviously trying to find ways to do that when AD's playing so well.
Oh, that's a nice little combination there, having stretched McHugh out at the baseline. Exposing his positioning at the back of the court, and I think this might be the first time that Paris is up in the return game.
Yeah, this is where you kind of get a little sniff where you've got a bit of an opening here, and it's kind of down to Paris to put that pressure on. But, you know, if AD comes up with a few first serves here, he gets him out of trouble.
Interesting there that he didn't opt for the wide serve to the backhand. The first time he's been in a little bit of a hole.
Yeah, it was. I did think that Paris would try and be a little bit more aggressive on that point as well. You know, he seemed to be happy to stand sort of 6 feet behind the baseline and just rally with AD. But, you know, I'm not sure how successful that's going to ultimately be in the long term. But, you know, he's got a bit of a chance here at love 30, and, you know, the pressure's on AD now.
Interesting. Were they calling that serve in?
I'm not too sure.
There was something McHugh wasn't happy with.
Us tennis players are always not happy with something.
Well, that's nice honesty from you, Anna.
Yeah, I have to admit it. We're a tough crowd to please.
Great movement from McHugh. He's getting all the right positions to execute that.
Such good point construction as well. You know, it's very simple stuff. It's nothing fancy, but you feel like he can repeat that over and over again. And yeah, well, he's going to need to. Obviously, 15-40 down. You'd put your money on him maybe going kick serve down the tee or going big down the tee, but maybe he'll mix it up and go wide.
Maybe.
Got my prediction right. I think I'm going to go for a kick serve out wide again on this one too. Watch him hit a slider down the tee.
Well, what a time for his best rally from the baseline for Josh Paris.
I think he's finding his feet in this match a little bit more. You know, you did feel like he was a touch more aggressive in that game, but also it did feel a little bit like AD sort of backed off a little bit. You know, he was happy rallying from the baseline, and he wasn't quite being as assertive as he has been in those previous games. And you know, at this level, as soon as you drop off, it just isn't quite cutting it.
Well, that was the first time we'd seen McHugh facing a deficit in this match, and you can see the difference that makes. It's all very well when you're ahead and it's smooth sailing, but you know, so much of the game is mental as well, and it's a different situation when you're looking at a hole to climb out of.
But also, I think, you know, you kind of have to think that this is AD's first competitive match in quite a while. So,
of course,
you know, he's still getting used to kind of feeling that pressure again when you break point down holding your serve. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back in this one, because he seemed to have a good reading on Paris's serve. It's I think he just needs to flip that switch and get back to that aggression again, because that's what served him so well in those first 6 games.
well, given that he was serving first, he's still up on the scoreboard, still in the lead. Paris back on serve, but has to hold to level, so this will be an interesting game coming up. Approaching the business end of the set. And that's a good start.
You can almost see he's getting a little bit pumped up after, you know, a few come-ons to himself after that first serve.
First time we've seen an attempted lob. Was it the right shot choice?
Yeah, I do think it was, because I think Paris was pretty close to the net, but it was, again, I just feel that McHugh's kind of letting Paris dictate a little bit more. He was the one dictating points previously, but now it just sort of feels like he's on the back foot, and I know he obviously is returning, but I think he needs to take a little bit more of the initiative again.
Great change up with the drop shot, exposing the positioning of Paris. He had to do quite a run to get up to that one, and then McHugh had the control. How hard are drop shots to execute in the wind?
That very much depends on whether you're with the wind or against the wind.
Okay.
When you're against the wind, you have a little bit more, you can kind of play with it a little bit more, because you know that, you know, you're going to get a little bit of help, but when you're with the wind, it's pretty tough.
Well, you mentioned he'd been keeping his passing shots low. That might have been the lowest yet, and still Paris was able to handle it.
I've been so impressed with his first volleys, half volleys, anything that he's thrown low and it's been tricky at him. He's dealt with incredibly well. You know, these are horrible ones to have to deal with, and he managed to get it within a foot of the baseline as well.
Well, here we are then, level on the scoreboard for the first time in this match. Now it gets interesting.
Yeah, it does. Paris does seem to have found his momentum and found his tactics, and they've been spot on these last 2 games, and AD sort of deviated from what was winning him the points in those first 6 games. So I think this is important to kind of find what was working, and I think AD really needs a solid game here.
And was that the wind?
He'll claim it's the wind. Anytime we miss it, it's never our fault.
So many components to blame, especially outdoors.
Yeah.
Less you can blame indoors, but outdoors there's all sorts you can fall upon.
Because it's really, really bright today.
So bright. There's a much needed point. You could sense he was started to get unsettled on the serves, not as confident as he was at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, you kind of feel that he was a little bit indecisive there, but that point was the first sort of dominating point he's played for quite a while as well. I was surprised he didn't come in after that initial forehand, because he would have had an easy volley. But again, it's just that match rustiness and kind of being sure about what you're doing out there. But again, using that forehand to good effect.
Sorry. 15-13.
Oh.
15-48.
Not quite what he wanted.
I'm not sure with the approach forehand that he hit. He seemed a bit uncomfortable on it, almost like it wasn't the shot he wanted to hit, and therefore wasn't quite ready for the volley when it came.
No, that's the hard part. You kind of, when you don't get what you want, you kind of just have to keep committing no matter what.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that was a good effort. Great effort.
I was half expecting to see a blistering forehand passing shot go down AD's line there, but thankfully for AD, he just missed by a fraction.
Would have been the shot of the match. But compared to the point previously, that was a similar point, but striking with a lot more conviction, McHugh, which really made the difference in the end.
Yeah, I think that's initially what he started out with. You know, you felt like he had such a clear game plan of what he was trying to do, and he kind of has just felt like in the last couple of games that he's been second guessing himself.
Much better with the forehand.
Yeah, I feel a lot more confident when he's really looking to dominate with that forehand, and those last 2 points he showed it, and you know, I think it culminates in him almost coming forward into net, whether it be with a short ball or finishing off with a volley. I feel that's where he looks the most comfortable.
Well, the first 2 break points he's faced have been saved. Looked like Paris anticipated that serve. He was right on it to get it on the forehand and knew exactly what he wanted to do on the follow-up.
You do feel that Paris has got a bit more of a clear idea of what he's trying to do out here, and he's really throwing AD off a little bit.
Will it be third time lucky? We had to play that out.
Again, I'm kind of surprised. You know, he hit that big forehand again, but again, he's happy waiting on the baseline. You would have thought that maybe, you know, you would look to come forward and put a little bit more pressure on Paris, but finished it off nicely with that forehand down the line.
Maybe the early stages of the match had an impact, because at the beginning we saw Paris had a lot of success at the net, but McHugh relatively didn't, so that might still be on his mind.
Potentially.
That's the first cheat point on serve he's had for a while, and it comes at quite a key moment, really, to bring up game points. There we go. He switches it up to find a way through. Impressively closed. And he avoids the danger for now. That would have been 4 games on the trot for Paris, and he would have been serving for the set. So I think he would really have been up against it if he lost that game.
Yeah, he did well to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole there. You kind of felt that was a really crucial game for this first set, and the pressure's back on Paris now, but you can see AD's looking a little bit more relaxed with this change of ends, and he's happy to get that game under his belt.
Now, how does Paris respond here? Because, I mean, early days it looked like this set was slipping away pretty quickly, but now it's almost 50-50, you would say. So is he going to feel any tightness here, or is he going to feel confident that he's more a part of proceedings at the moment? Which way is it going to go?
I think there'll probably be a kind of combination of the two. You know, he obviously is very aware of the scoreboard pressure and the fact that it's 5-4, but at the same time you'd think that he's feeling pretty confident. You know, he's kind of got his footing in this match. He knows what he wants to do out there. So, you know, he just got to be committed and keep doing what he's been doing. But that's the hard part, you know, when with the scoreboard pressure, you know, everyone says that you're very aware. So again, he will be very aware of what's going on, but you kind of have to try and block that from your mind and, you know, focus on, I've been doing this well, this is what I need to keep doing.
Absolutely. Time to stay in the moment for Josh Paris as he serves at 4-5 in the opening set. Well, it was a nice idea with McHugh a little way back. But it does put him down an early deficit.
See AD getting the fist bump out there. He realised that was an important point. And again, using that slice backhand nicely, getting it deep, keeping it low, and putting the pressure right back on Paris.
How aware of the players? How aware are the players of each other's body language? Because you can see McHugh is getting going, you know, getting energized, and Paris, meanwhile, he's facing the pressure now. Did he mean that to be that acute?
I'm going to go yes, give him the benefit of the doubt. But but he probably didn't quite mean to cut it that fine. But no, I think especially in these important games that it is very important to use body language and use that kind of, you know, aggression and determination to kind of show your opponent what you're bringing to the court.
Very good. Asserting himself, showing he's here to compete. An impressive couple of points after the opening two in this game where, you know, he really was up against it, down love 30. Made a bit of an error in the first point.
I think that should be his go-to play for sort of the next, especially on this point. I would 100% go for the serve and volley. It's been so successful so far.
Off a second serve?
Why not? Maybe not off the second serve.
Oh. Well, that's well played. He saw Paris still on his way over to the other side of the net, and that was the perfect opening to nail the passing shot.
You did wonder initially if that was the right play to go to, as Paris has had so much success at the net, but that was very clever from AD, you know, just luring him in and hitting it into that opposite corner.
Very suddenly, it is a set point for Aidan McHugh on the return here. He smelled blood with that second serve. You could see him dancing on his toes.
Was that in? That almost looked borderline like it could have been wide. I think AD was maybe wishing that it would go wide, but it just dropped in.
No, that, especially with the moment in the match, that is such a tough line to call. I would not want to be in Jacob Miles' chair right now.
Definitely not. I'm surprised they didn't give the umpire a little bit more stick there.
He's still got to feel quite confident of his position in this game. He's applying the pressure.
Yeah, come on now.
That's not bad at all.
Didn't give himself too many margins there. I think it's probably about a millimetre over the net, but it was the perfect backhand inside out passing shot.
It's from so far behind the baseline as well. That wasn't bad at all. And he's got himself a second chance at taking the set. Oh, that was a lovely disguise.
A little bit passive from AD in that point on the 2 set points that he's had. You know, he's been happy to just rally. You know, I'd like to see him try and be a little bit more assertive and play the point on his terms rather than hoping for an error.
In a way, you would understand if he expected one, because early in the match he was winning the majority of longer rallies, and Paris was the man under pressure, which he is again here. But obviously you want it to be on your racket, and you want to go after it.
I totally agree with what you said, but also I feel that in those first 6 games, AD was causing the error rather than waiting for the error, whereas this has felt kind of a little bit more like he's just been happy to rally. There's not as much kind of purpose behind his shots, so that's just the one thing I feel has backed off a little bit in these last couple of games.
That's a good point. And 2 razor-sharp serves to steer Paris out of trouble. This set continues.
It's been a pretty topsy-turvy set so far.
Couldn't have seen it happening at 4-1 up, really.
No, you thought that AD had all of the momentum, but now it's going to be a tough one to call. You almost kind of think that Paris is the one who has got the momentum here a little bit. You know, he's got this clear game plan, and AD sort of, you feel a little bit in between the two.
Now this has gone to 5-all. How difficult is it to forget a point like the one he had on his first set point when there was such a close line call?
It is tough, especially when you haven't had that match practice. You probably will tend to focus on it a little bit more, but it will be a good test of, you know, his mental strength to be able to regroup here and kind of realise that, do you know what, it's kind of a best of 3 shootout here, so it'll be good practice for him.
Couldn't actually tell if that caught the line.
Yeah, it did. Saw the umpire just put the flat hand out to indicate the ball had clipped the side of the line.
Nicely spotted. And that's the kind of assertive play you wanted to see from McHugh.
Precisely. That kind of, you know, he's happy to be slightly further behind the baseline, but I just felt there was a bit more intent behind each shot, and that's kind of what he's gone away from the last couple of games.
Had him guessing with that serve. Is that the right move on the return, taking it on?
I do like the intent behind it. I think he just wasn't quite expecting such a big second serve from AD. You know, he added a little bit of extra topspin on that one, and I think it was pretty deep in the box, so it was tough to attack it.
Ace down the tee, seals the game. 6-5 in McHugh's favour, and a good response after he had the opportunities to break for the 6-4 lead.
Yeah, crucial that he used his first serve there quite a lot, and I think he was just a little bit smarter in what he was trying to do. You know, it felt like he went back to having that clear picture of what he needs to do, and now he's got the new balls. In theory, that should favour the server, but in these conditions, you never know. The balls are suddenly going to be a lot quicker than they were in that last game.
So a huge game coming up. Either take us to a tie break or give the set to McHugh. For anyone joining us, you are watching the LTA British Tour. This is week 2 of 4. And today is the first day of the men's event, with the women's event kicking off tomorrow. It's number 3 seed Aidan McHugh on court, who's been made to fight a bit against Joshua Paris. He was 4-1 up, and it looks pretty smooth sailing, but then the wind picked up, and so did the situation in the match. It's actually funny how those two combined to happen at the same time. Responded with grit. Last time he had to serve to stay in the set. Let's see what he's got here. He's got the serve and volley, of course.
I know, but this is such a clever tactic to use, especially with new balls. You know, that the ball's going to shoot off the court a little bit more, stay lower, so your opponent's going to have to hit a higher return. So if you're on top of the net, it just makes sense. And I'd pretty much love to see him do it every first serve he makes here.
Absolutely. If you can get a nice quick game here, that puts them in great stead going into the tiebreak.
It puts the pressure straight back onto Aidan and gives Josh that momentum.
Oh, nicely regrouped on the backhand. The drop shot probably had a bit more on it than he would have liked.
Maybe that was his tactic, though. You know, in this wind, I think he maybe wanted to draw his opponent forward and at least give him the chance of a passing shot.
See, you think like a player, I think like an observer.
I mean, you'd hope so after playing the game for about 20 years.
Did that clip the edge? No.
I think it did.
Oh, did it?
To me, I mean, I wouldn't be happy if that was called in.
Oh!
But again, it could be my eyesight. I'm getting old.
Get in that chair, Anna.
I'd probably be getting told off from the players. Terrible calling.
Was the return called long there?
Yeah, just long. Another close call, though.
Stepping up the margins here. Paris going for the big serves. McHugh didn't give himself much breathing room with that return. There we go.
16-all, first set, tiebreak.
Well, with the way Paris has fought back, I think this does deserve to go to a tiebreak.
Yeah, he's turned the set around incredibly well from 4-1 down. You really didn't see a way for him to get back into this set, but he's found a way and fought hard. And who's your money on in this tiebreak? Normally you're the one asking me for a prediction, so I'm going to turn the tables on you.
You know how much I love a prediction.
You get them more often correct than I do, that's for sure.
Well, maybe. Before he even played that point, I was going to say
I don't believe it.
Just because, you know, even when he's been up against it, in the biggest points he's found a way so far. And, you know, he has regrouped when he's gone off a bit. And especially after, you know, a confidence-boosting first point like that, that was real intent that he was striking with. And that's a good start for him. But Paris' serve has improved, so it will be interesting to see how many cheap points he can get at the beginning of this.
Guess I'm going to have to go for Paris then to make it more interesting.
Okay, so now you have an excuse. Brilliant.
Always got to use that card.
You might have done something here, you know. I've noticed that you have this little rule of opposites where if you pick one, it goes the way of the other. So I know that's what you're really thinking. You're actually a star predictor.
Am I trying this reverse psychology?
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking.
Do you know? Do you know what? I wish that was the case, but I think it's been proven far too many times that I think I've got about a 1% correct record on my predictions.
Nicely done. Really set up with the big wide serve. McHugh very much on the back foot.
You do feel that this tiebreak could come down to who can serve a little bit better and get those first serves really working.
Well, McHugh with the mini break, but it's early days, so still all to play for. I was just starting to think about how well Paris has done sometimes on the back foot with that little chopped forehand just to keep the balls in play and make McHugh play it out, but kind of turned it on him there.
Yeah, you think that the drop shot has actually been pretty effective later parts of this set, and AD especially has been using it well.
Well, it was 4-1 in the set. 4-1 in the set, and now 4-1 in the tiebreak. So,
yep.
and we know what happened after 4-1 in the set. So
yeah, maybe we won't jinx it and see how this goes. But this is going to be a crucial point here for Paris. If he can get it to 4-2, he's still in it.
Much needed big T serve.
Yeah, if he gets it back to 4-3, it's a whole different outlook on this tiebreak. If it's 5-2, obviously AD's got 2 points to serve for that first set.
First point, particularly when it's as close as just the one mini break, you feel like the first point in a tie break after the changeover is really crucial for the player that's trailing. Because if Paris can hold now, that's a tiny margin. But if he doesn't win this point, 5-2 looks a lot bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, 5-2 does feel quite a big gap. And 7.
Oh,
no. He had the volley on his racket and he went back to the forehand. Got to hit into that open space.
Is that to do with the situation in the tiebreak that he might have made that judgment?
Yeah, potentially. You do think that kind of judging on his previous, ventures to the net, that he's always tended to volley into the space, so it probably wasn't the right decision.
For a splinter of a half second, I thought that might actually catch the baseline, but I quickly changed my mind. Well, he's leaving it all out here, Paris, but it might not quite be enough in this opening set. It is 4 set points for McHugh.
Still a smidgen of hope here for Paris. If he can get these next 2 points on his serve, then the pressure's all on again.
No coincidence that McHugh's first double fault of the match comes on set point, showing a bit of tightness there, still feeling some pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Even though you have a 6-2 lead, you want to close it out as soon as possible.
Paris in control in that rally, dictating off the forehand. Is it a good idea to make McHugh play now to engage him in those rallies if he's feeling some tightness? Oh, right at the end he finds some openings. And Paris has come to the net so many times in this match, but McHugh brings out the goods where it matters. And he did it the hard way in the end. He was 4-1 up in this opening set, and Paris fought back. He had set points for the 6-4 advantage, but he takes it in a tie-break. It is the number 3 seed, Aidan McHugh, who leads the way. What a set.
I know, we didn't quite anticipate that after the first 20 minutes. Josh did incredibly well to kind of come back into that set, but then Aidan, you know, he found a way, and I think that's the sign of a great player, someone who can, you know, even when they're not potentially playing their best, you know, find a way to get through those sticky situations, and he did really well there. I thought he played a smart tie break. He kind of reverted back to what was working for him, and kind of in those big points, he was the one that was really looking to dominate the play, and you know, I think he deservedly won that first set.
Well, over an hour for that first set. Some matches last that length of time, so some complete matches. I think the format of this one might help Josh Paris here, because at one set all, they will play, instead of a third set, a 10-point match tiebreak. So really he can look at this and think, okay, one set shootout, let's take this set, and then it's anyone's game. Yeah. He's not looking at having to win 2 full sets to get out on top here. So, I mean, to me, that seems like an advantage to Paris in this situation. What would you say?
No, I totally agree. I think it definitely changes your mentality, as opposed to, you know, having come off an hour-long set on the wrong side of it and thinking, you know what, I have to slog my way through another 2 sets to get the win here. But you know, the mentality definitely changes, where he thinks, do you know what, that you can almost say that was a warm-up set. You know, I'll take this set, and then we're into that tie-break shootout. So, you know, I definitely don't think there's, you know, too much negative for Josh to have from that first set, and he can really look to you know, put his game on this second set and realise that he just has that third set tie-break.
That's a good start, going back to what was working. And good to see him committing to that approach after the back end of the last set, when those approaches into the forecourt weren't working so well.
Yeah, like you said, those last couple of points in that tiebreak, you know, he was trying to come forward, but he didn't quite execute those volleys as well as he had previously in the set. And you know, I'm still convinced that is a tactic that's important for him to use moving forward in the set. So he just has to keep committing to that.
Hasn't had a love hold so far this match, Paris. We've only actually seen one, which was McHugh's for 6-5, when he really kind of showed his intent at the back end of that first set. Really important for him to hold this opening game, because McHugh held to open the first set, and even though it was just a hold of serve, you could see that Paris, that deficit affected him quite a bit early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it, like you said, it is, you know, kind of the momentum is with AD. Obviously, winning that first set, he can kind of maybe relax a little bit more and open the shoulders and have a free swing almost, because, you know, he has got that first set under his belt. So it'll be interesting to see how AD comes out and starts this second set, and also how Josh deals with that, losing that first set and realizing that, you know, this is a big game to stop that momentum.
A lot of opening games of sets further into the match seem to go to deuce. I think both players can kind of sense the importance of getting it in the bag.
Yeah, what I always got taught was, you know, especially when you've had a tight opening set, it's how you start that next set is really important to keep your foot on the accelerator. You know, for AD, if he can break here, that's a huge thing for him. But again, at the same time, if Paris can get that first game under his belt, it's a huge swing for him to kind of get a foothold back in this set and in this match.
Come on now, here we go. Focus now, come on. Advantage, Paris. Come on.
You see the positive energy there.
Yeah, you can see the determination in his face. He realizes that this is a big game, and going back to that tried and tested serve and volley.
That's good stuff. Seemed to jam McHugh up a bit there. And he does wriggle out of an early spot of danger. Credit to him. Paris up on the scoreboard. As important as opening games of sets are, I think a lot more important for Paris than for McHugh in this particular set, given the way the last set went and how close he was in the end, but didn't quite make it across the line.
Yeah, it'll be a big boost for Paris to have got that game under his belt. But again, AD has that kind of that feeling of a little bit of relaxation, knowing he has got that first game under his belt, and for the most part, you know, he did a pretty good job in that first set, especially in that tiebreak of doing well on his service games and on his service points. So, you know, he'll feel pretty confident, but, you know, he'll want to stamp his authority on this game and get back to 1-1 and then really look to put his foot on the accelerator on the Paris service game.
Oh, well, that rally went in every direction possible.
I thought we might have seen a little tweener from AD there, but he was clever and played the percentage shots and hit a brilliant forehand down to Paris's feet. I think he had a good peripheral vision there to see that Paris was coming in.
That was good stuff. He really was on the back foot when that lob landed. Always so difficult running back, but credit to him for handling that. was waiting to see that bounce across the net, but did he frame that one?
I'm not sure, but we've all been there, and thankfully some of ours aren't on camera for that. That one was, but I like the point behind the volley.
Yes. It's going to happen sometimes in these early stages of coming back. It's easy to forget that this is McHugh's first match back, because all in all, he's played a very decent showing so far.
Yeah, I think for the most part he'll be pretty happy with how things have gone out there so far. You know, he probably would have liked to have been a little bit more steady in that opening set, but I think he'll be really pleased with the way he bounced back to take that first set. But yeah, it's a tiny chance here for Paris at 30 all.
Come on.
Hear the reaction there.
Yeah, he realises that that was a big point there.
Well, neither of them had particularly high first serve percentages in that first set. Both of them were in the 50s, and McHugh had to be really quick on his feet to get behind the return, because Paris went pretty hard down the line, and maybe that's something he should be looking to do more of, assert himself more on the second serve return, because once McHugh gets his teeth into the rallies, we've seen how a lot of them are going in his direction.
I thought that last point was good from AD in the sense that it kind of felt like he'd gone back to what he did at the start of the match as well, looking to dictate a little bit more, but still within those margins, but be a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, you're right. I think Paris has to kind of look to step up and take advantage of the fact that AD maybe isn't making quite as high percentage of first serves as he'd like to.
Great drive into the corner. You could tell as he hit it that was going to be difficult for Paris to get back with this positioning at the baseline.
Much better use of his forehand there. You really felt like he was trying to get on that front foot.
The trusty serve and volley. That's what he's got to do, right? If it works, just keep bringing it out in those pressure moments.
Most definitely. I think, you know, you have to stick to a game plan that does work for you. You know, there's no point switching it up. And until AD is coming out with a passing shot every single shot, you know, I would be totally against changing it. And again, as a returner, when someone's coming at you and serve and volleying, you feel a lot more pressure to... You can't just hit the ball back in the court anywhere, because obviously you've got someone, if you hit it high, they're taking over the whole of the net. So it puts a lot more pressure on AD's returns, and ultimately that is what you want to be doing as a server, creating as much pressure as possible.
From his reaction, I think McHugh felt he could have done a bit more with that return. Well, there's another hold on the scoreboard for Paris. Keeping his nose in front in this second set. Great opportunity for Paris here this week, because he did spend a lot of 2019 struggling with injury and was only starting to come back from that at the beginning of this year, and then obviously lockdown happened pretty early on, so this is a great opportunity for players who have been set back to get out there and face some quality opposition and really test out where they are.
Yeah, it's obviously I know what it's like with with injuries, so you know it would be really nice for him to get back on this match court and be able to show what he can do. But you know, I think having had so much time out with injury last year, it's important to have that little sense of perspective where you know you just want to accumulate as many matches and get those under the belt as you can, and then you can really look to progress. But you know, these events here that the LTA are putting on here at the National Tennis Centre, I think are brilliant for people to get back into competition mode and kind of get those matches under their belt to obviously progressing to start the tour soon-ish.
Well, looking at the fields this week and other weeks as well, other competitions that we've had here, I think it's great to see the depth in British tennis that allows us to stage this kind of event and all the talent coming through. Well, it will be interesting to see how McHugh handles this, because it's the first time he's really been playing catch-up in this match, because he was serving first in the opening set, and Paris here has been able to hang on to 2 service games.
Great point there from Adi. You felt that was within himself. You know, he that was such a repeatable point, and I think that's what he's got to look to be playing on a regular basis. You know, I felt he put his stamp on it. He was doing what he wanted to do, but gave himself big margins. Nice use of the shorter wide serve there, and McHugh once again draws level.
Nice control.
Just makes it look so simple when he does that.
Oh.
15-0.
Just waiting for confirmation that that did indeed catch the line.
It's a great point all around. An incredible first volley and
Yeah.
an even better passing shot there. Was dinked angle cross court.
You have to give these guys credit because there have been some really quality points in this match, and both of them so close to the beginning of coming back.
Ready, 15.
Oh, has he called that one in?
Ooh.
Again, I thought that looked a touch on the wide side.
I'd agree. Was it called wide though?
Nope, he's given it as an ace.
Interesting. It can be so hard to call those lines, but it can change the whole context of a game, can't it?
Yeah, it's it is one of those frustrating things. I mean, as tennis players, we always think we're good at calling the lines, and we get frustrated with umpires when we don't necessarily agree. But no, you're right. It definitely can change the course of a match, and can definitely change a player's mentality.
Really shows who has the focus to deal with that kind of situation. He was driving those forehands, going for it.
There was a chance there for AD. He felt like he was on that front foot and just clipped the top of the tape on that forehand, but it was the right idea.
Great speed at the back of the court from McHugh.
You thought that point was over about 2 shots ago, but incredible athleticism to get those balls back in the court and make Paris play an extra shot, and that's what happens.
He was really stretched out, and honestly for McHugh, on that last shot, there wasn't much chance of him getting the next ball back in play, but it's all about throwing everything right into every single ball. And that's what he did.
Yeah, correct. You never know what can happen if you make your opponent put another ball in the court. So that's what we always get taught as kids: run every ball down, and that's where it makes a difference.
Not so successful on that occasion. And you have to wonder if the scoreboard maybe has something to do with it.
Or potentially AD's movement in that last point as well. You know, when you've got an opponent that you know is very quick around the court and is going to make you play an extra ball, you just have that kind of subconscious thing where you think, oh, I have to do a little bit more with this volley. So maybe that played a part as well.
Yeah, getting in his head.
Come on now.
Great serve.
Recognise the importance of that point. You saw a bit of a fist pump there from Paris, so he knows that was a big hold. Doesn't want to get a breakdown here after being set down already.
McHugh had played 3 British players this season prior to this match, and he'd won all 3 matches. So Paris looking to overturn that statistic here.
AD obviously likes playing the Brits.
Apparently so.
I was going to say these British tournaments are going to be perfect for him, then, aren't they?
Well, who's going to snap that streak is the question. And here's another chance. Once again, serve and volley not proving as successful, and McHugh seems a little bit more in tune with that now. Launched into that return, and he does have the first break of this second set.
You do feel that the cumulative pressure that Adie's created from making those extra balls and making Paris have to play extra shots is really making a difference out here. You could kind of tell in that first set Paris was all over those volleys, but just looked a little bit more tentative, as if he didn't quite know where he was going to hit that volley. So Adie's done a great job of getting in his head and really putting that pressure on, and kind of you feel like if he gets a hold here, don't want to jinx anything, but you kind of feel that he is going to run away with it. But with tennis, you never know.
Did you feel that break coming?
You did kind of feel that the pressure was building up, you know, even from that first set. You know, you felt like Josh kind of knew what he was doing, but here it just feels like Adie's feel a little bit more relaxed. You know, he does feel, I feel you kind of just get the sense that he's a little bit looser, and you kind of feel like he's making him play more balls. He's kind of got a bit of more of an idea of what Paris is trying to do out there. So yeah, you did kind of get the sense here, and you kind of feel that Adie's a bit more confident here. So I'm looking for a dominant service game here.
Well, that's exactly what he'll be after, looking to consolidate that break. It's never really a break until you've got the consolidation nailed down.
Absolutely, I think the most important part is not trying to hold on to the service game. You kind of have to go after it, and I think that's what he's done a lot better in these last couple of games. He's really gone after it, and that's what I want to see him do for the rest of this match.
Nice disguise on that forehand. You could see Paris kind of rooted to the center of the baseline and didn't know which way to guess.
No, it's great footwork from Adie. He held it so well, had that shoulder turn, and you would never have guessed where he was going to go with that forehand. Had so many options.
Really bright start to this service game. Ooh.
I think he gave himself the hardest shot in the book there. Might have been slightly better off just waiting to hit another forehand approach and then really have an easier volley.
It was just the scramble from Paris that drifted that one back over. Gotta say, that was great movement from McHugh to make that point last as long as it did.
It was great defense from Paris as well. That lob was very close to the baseline, especially in tricky conditions like this. He did well to hang in, because I thought AD did, like you said, so well to get up to that drop shot and hit it back deep down the line, but Paris pulled off a great lob to turn the point on its head.
Well placed. A little bit of a chance here then at 15:30. And like you referenced to earlier, winning that kind of point might just get in McHugh's head a bit here. Well, now that will be frustrating because he has been going after the forehand the way he needs to. It's just the last ball there let him down.
He looked like he snatched at that volley a little bit. It could have been in regards to that previous point as well, you know, where Paris was able to defend very well and make that extra ball like we were talking about before. Again, it's, you know, whatever you can do to get into your opponent's head if it's just running down that extra ball. And it did look like he tried to do a little bit too much with that volley when, you know, he could have just hit it into that open court and it would have been 30 all instead of facing 2 break points.
Slim margins.
Come on, come on.
One saved.
You can hear AD trying to pump himself up a little bit. He realises that this is a big game. If he can come out of this with a hold, it's huge for the rest of the set.
Well, not the way he wanted to let it go on a double fault.
Second set.
That is disappointing. But we have seen him going after those second serves. He's really been trying to send them in hard. Was that the way to go in that situation?
For me personally, I would much rather see someone be aggressive and kind of lose it on their terms per se, rather than kind of be defensive and just trying to put the ball back in the court. So, you know, I think it overall it's a good play, but you know it's tough. He needs to regroup here, and you know, again, looking at that slice backhand return, you felt like it was a little bit defensive. So it's really important for him not to go into a shell and stay positive here.
Oh. Paris keeping that final ball so short. Wasn't a bad run from McHugh either.
Not at all. It wasn't a bad passing shot from McHugh either, but it was just a great volley from Paris. It's funny how you're almost getting deja vu of what happened in that first set again. Obviously it was 4-2 to McHugh, but a couple of cheap points given away by McHugh here. It's not what he wanted to bounce back from that last game.
Oh. Did that catch the line?
I believe it did. There's a lot of balls catching the outside of the line.
Yeah, he walked with the confidence as though it did and certainly ripped through that.
That was a lovely backhand there. Kept his head over and great racket head speed.
You have to have a lot of confidence to go for that, you know, at such a moment, down 3 game points. Oh, right in the corner.
Brilliant point from McHugh. I think those are kind of the points that he's got to play. He's the one who's dictating everything, and I think that's really important, and hopefully that will re-emphasize in his mind that that's what he needs to be trying to do. Obviously you're not going to be able to execute on every point, but the fundamental part of his game is that's what he's looking to do.
Well, he's got a real shot in this game now, McHugh. It looked to be slipping away. He knew that was going to his backhand. You could see him before the point, just mirroring, doing the shadow backhand and getting himself prepared, but the serve was good enough.
Yeah, he managed to keep it wide and deep as well, and there wasn't much Adi could do, so he had to block it back, and Paris was all over the net, and this time he actually went back behind rather than going into the open court, and it worked extremely well for him, and now he's the one you feel that's got a little bit of momentum behind him, and Adi's really going to have to step it up here and put in a good service game.
Well, this is intriguing to see, because while Paris fought back in the first set, I don't think there was ever actually an occasion where he was up on the scoreboard because he was serving second. Whereas now, the same thing has happened, as you pointed out. Paris has fought back, but he's actually the guy that's actually up on the numbers. So interesting to see how that affects McHugh's focus, affects him mentally.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see both mindsets coming out after this change event, because obviously, you know, Adi had that break and he's lost these last couple of games, and Paris has sort of stepped up and really played well. But also I think Adi's level has dropped off just a touch, but that is kind of to be expected, having not played, you know, so much tennis. You can't expect, you know, the level to be so consistent. So yeah, I think Adi's just got to try and regroup here and really focus on what he needs to do.
You could see Paul Jubb, top corner of your screen just previously. He's in the next match after this and might have been expecting to walk on about now. This has been quite a long match, heading up to the 2-hour mark. Oh, wrong-footed him there.
I don't think he expected that to land in. It almost looked like he thought it might end up going deep with the wind. But I suppose, going back to what you said about, you know, seeing Paul Jubb, I think with the scoring format the way it is, you know, even if it does split sets here, you know you've probably got sort of, you know, 15 minutes max to have to warm up. So it is quite good with this scoring system the way it is. There's not too much hanging around and warming up and cooling down and warming up again. So it's a lot easier for the players.
Oh, once again, McHugh actually kind of got that ball where he wanted it, because Paris was so low that it was a slower travelling ball, and then set up for him to swing through it for the pass.
You almost feel like he went for the harder shot to get that cross court as well. You thought maybe the down the line shot might be slightly easier, but again, as he's proven time and time again today, that he's just ripping those backhands on the passing shot and loving going cross court with them.
He's made it look so easy at times. Going back to what you were saying about the format, for this kind of event, you know, exhibition, players know when they're coming on and off. Great. But players, singles players anyway, because I know it's more of a common thing in doubles, probably wouldn't want to see that 10-point match tiebreak in an official match, just because there's so little breathing room at the back end there. And I think a lot of them would say there's a lot more luck involved.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I think you probably asked some of the doubles players as well, and they'll say exactly the same thing. What an incredible volley there from Adi.
His best serve and volley of the match.
Showing how it's done. Textbook stuff. But no, I think obviously, you know, that 10-point match tiebreaks are tough, because I suppose if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you could almost play the same number of points that you do in an actual set, but obviously it's a different format, so getting your head around it's a little bit different. But in terms of being able to warm up and plan things a little bit easier, that probably does help the players a lot more. But I mean, I think everyone's just happy to be back on court and back playing in a safe environment and just being able to get matches, and that's the most important thing at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, McHugh, after that holder's serve, 2 games away from a victory. But is returning here, so near yet so far at the moment. Particularly if Paris keeps producing points like that, his speciality.
There really isn't much you can do when he's serving so close to the lines and coming into the net like that. You're really out of ideas.
Good depth on the return. He had to be on that one pretty quickly. And really, he's not seen a lot of serves recently that he's been able to get a clean hit on. He's had to chop them back in or just drift them back, and he seized his chance there. Oh, what a pass. There we go. He knew that was special.
You feel like he's been a little bit more dialed in on those passing shots, and he's really enjoying hitting those. And obviously the well-deserved fist pump after that. This is a big chance for him right now.
Yeah, he smelled blood there. Really finding his zone, finding his groove.
Be interested to see what Paris goes to, if he goes to serve and volley or not.
And it was a good serve to set it up.
Yeah, you saw he gave a little bit of extra on that volley as well. Didn't want Aiden to have even a sniff at a passing shot.
That's a really good response. And given the way this match has gone, it would have been very easy to get tight in that moment.
Do we think another one's coming out here?
Oof. Calling on my predictions.
Well, I mean, you're 100% today, so...
let's say serve and volley.
I'm going T, serve and volley.
Oh. Well, I mean, that's what he was going for.
Do I get a point for that?
I would give that. If that ball came back, that's what he was going for.
Yeah, it was a brilliant serve and a very crucial time as well.
And when you're thinking about travelling forward, that can put that extra bit of oomph and emphasis on the serve, can't it?
Yeah, it just makes you commit a little bit more. And I think it's the same on the ground strokes. You've noticed from both of the guys here that when they've had that desire to get to the net after, their ground strokes have just had a little bit more pop on them and a little bit more aggression. You could see there on that forehand, you know, he looked a little bit in between two. He was like, should I come forward, should I come back? And he ended up pulling off the shot. Again, it all comes down to that commitment of what you're really trying to do.
It's what he's got to keep doing. I don't think we'll see too much different from Paris on serve for the remainder of this match. He's found what's working, and really there are not as many options for him at the baseline, so why not keep moving in?
Absolutely. I think he'd be silly to change anything now when you've had so much success. You know, obviously there are going to be times when AD hits a passing shot, but, you know, don't change a winning pattern.
And that's a good hold. Very good hold. He was under some real pressure there, and he came up with the goods from the forecourt. And thinking back to that particularly sharp, wide serve that set up the cross-court serve and volley. And it's such great intensity from him and such positive energy, positive vibes, you know, fist pumping and getting himself going in a moment. I think it was 15-30 when really he could have let the nerves get to him, but he shut them away, and yeah, really, really sharp stuff from Paris to get the lead in this set.
What was impressive, I think, for me in that game was the commitment he showed, even in those crucial moments, like you said, at 15:30. You know, it's easy to think, do you know what, I'm just going to sit back here and wait for an error from my opponent. But you know, he really trusted in his serve and his volleys to get him out of trouble. And you could see on that serve and those forehand volleys, he really went after them. And I think that was what was the big thing was in that game. You know, he really trusted himself.
Well, he's asking the questions now. McHugh with the task of serving to stay in this set. And he did have the break in this set. He was a set and a break up. Flashes that backhand.
I mean, he left himself with the hardest shot possible there, didn't he?
I was thinking, you know, his positioning was not as great as it could have been for that shot, but he just ripped it anyway.
I mean, he's definitely feeling confident on those passing shots, especially on those backhand. I can't count how many times we've seen that backhand cross court.
He definitely treats it as an all or nothing shot, that backhand pass.
I think that's what you have to do on passing shots. You know, the time you don't commit to those, you know, you're giving your opponent an easy volley. So, you know, it's kind of all or bust, I think.
With those one-handed backhands, they tend to be a bit of a flatter shot, so sometimes there's less margin for error, but I guess with something like a passing shot, that's something that's actually really beneficial, because the lower you can get that pass, the better it is for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think AD probably has one of the more spinnier one-handed backhands, whereas I think Paris has a little bit of a flatter one, but I think, you know, AD's got a lovely one-handed backhand. I think he's used it so effectively here, just been able to create a little bit more of that topspin to get it down to Paris's feet on numerous occasions.
I think in Paris might be a little bit disappointed it hasn't rained, because indoor conditions would probably favour his game. He's got a very heavy hitting game.
Yeah, especially probably the conditions indoors are slightly quicker, so that serve and volley would be even more effective. AD hoping for a call from the umpire there that wasn't forthcoming.
No, it was a well-placed return. Will players spend a lot of time in a practice session drilling those returns to get the depth on them?
It's funny you should say that, actually. I think it was just pulled off that forehand, but a couple of weeks ago I saw AD on these outdoor courts here. I was in the gym and he was actually practicing his returns and practicing those exact returns on the forehand and the backhand as well, just ripping them deep down the middle. So yeah, players will spend a lot of time doing that, and obviously, as we've seen here, he's been pinning his returns pretty well, but yeah, it's 2 set points here for Paris.
We'll find his first serves now. That was a let.
There's been quite a lot of let serves this match compared to normal.
that catch the line?
Yeah.
Paris.
What a way to close it.
By 6 games to 4. 1 set all.
I mean, that deserved more of a reaction, but it was so close to the line I hardly dared call it. Brilliant return. And McHugh caught inside the baseline there, didn't have the positioning to take it on, and this does go to a deciding match tiebreak. And this is what we were talking about so long ago now in the first set, about how a comeback is more believable for Paris when he looks at the fact that he does just have to win that one set, and then it is the match tiebreak, and so much could happen.
You definitely have a different mentality when you're playing 3 full sets compared to when you're doing 2 sets and then the match tiebreak. It is a little bit mentally less demanding and kind of demoralizing if you lose a really close first set. So the way he's managed to come back, especially from that being a breakdown in the second set, he's done incredibly well. I thought he was so smart what he's done the last 4 or 5 games here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. You know, I think Adie's got to regroup here and get back to doing what was really working for him in that first set and then towards the start of that second set as well.
Well, the losing on his birthday danger is well and truly present for McHugh now. I didn't think I'd be saying this early in the first set, but he is up against it.
No, that celebratory dinner might not taste quite as sweet if he doesn't get the victory here.
Here we go.
I thought that serve was in and it was just the most casual
I was
volley.
thinking very casual start to a high intensity situation. Just goes to show, though, the difference it makes simply being in the competitive atmosphere, because a lot of these shots that they miss, they could probably hit with their eyes closed most days, but it is the mentality of the situation that totally changes everything.
I think that last forehand volley proved it. You know, like you said, he could probably hit that volley with his eyes closed, but the fact that it's in a match situation, the third set match tiebreak, it's a big point. You wanna get off to a good start, and he had the whole full court, but again, just that little bit of added pressure. Oh,
Just snatched at it a little bit there. You felt like he'd made the right moves leading up to the net there.
yeah, there was no other choice but to take that ball on. I think Paris did pretty well there, just using that short slice backhand to get Adie to come to the net. And it's tough on those low bouncing slices to get enough height and be able to be aggressive enough with it.
Well, that was a great angle on the forehand to draw the error, getting it a bit shorter and spinning it wide.
I think he's been pretty successful when he's been able to get a little bit more width on the court. I think sometimes players can get very happy to sort of hit through the middle, but once you create that width, it opens up the court so much more, and he did that really nicely there.
So quickly ready for that backhand volley.
I'm getting deja vu with the amount of net approaches we've seen.
confirmation that the winner of this match will play Henry Patton, who beat Patrick Foley in straight sets. We didn't do predictions at the beginning of this. I'm not complaining.
Sure. I mean, I suppose technically we're still at the earlier stages, so we could do predictions.
No, I should not have reminded you.
I know.
This is very tight now, you know. I had quite a bit of confidence going for McHugh in that opening tiebreak, but this one,
Are you changing?
I'm getting the feeling it's more 50-50. I do think, you know, McHugh with his experience should be able to find a way through, but it's
I'm
tight
getting
times.
a very big sense you're sitting on the fence here.
Well, that pretty much sat on the fence, that ball. Wow.
Okay, perfect. 3-all. Now you can make a prediction.
Well, after that net cord, I don't know. I think that was actually quite a key point, you know, heading for that change of ends. You know, you've got a little bit of a pause in play. And McHugh would have had a lot to think about going to the other side, you know, 2-4 down. Do you know what? I'm going to put some trust in him, and I think he could find a way through this. But Paris, you know, he's looking. I think his confidence has progressed a lot in the last set. It seemed to click for him what was working, and there was a lot more commitment to that. And we're seeing that in this tiebreak. So very hesitantly.
Again, all
very
I'm getting is sitting on the fence.
McHugh. Come on then, you give me yours.
So you're going Aiden?
I've got to go Aiden, I think.
Okay, well, I mean, just to make it interesting, I've got to go to Paris, but I do also think that the tactics he has been spot on, and I think the way that he's playing is making McHugh come up with shots under pressure. So I'm going to go for Josh Paris.
This is a huge point here, I think. Yeah, that was massive. McHugh played such a dangerous game with that forehand down the line, but you do sense that he's just not quite feeling as comfortable, and he's feeling the pressure from the other side of the net.
You almost get the sense that he's kind of out of ideas a little bit. You know, what do I bring him in? Do I try and rally from the baseline? Do I try and just get an error out of him? So you kind of feel like he's trying a few different things out here, and he's not kind of settled on really what he wants to do. And for me, I think that the time where he's been the most effective and when he's been the one in control is when he's looking to dominate from the baseline. And you feel like he's kind of stepped away from that a little bit and is letting Paris come forward a lot more, which is obviously what he wants to be doing.
Worrying times now for the number 3 seed. Hope for that flat backhand again. It is a 10-point tiebreak, but when you're down on the scoreboard, it has to be feeling like these points are slipping away so quickly.
I mean, I definitely would rather be playing a match tiebreak at 5-3 down than a regular tiebreak at 5-3 down. You know, he's still obviously got, if he gets this point back here, it's 5-4 and he's back on serve. But if it goes 6-3, you know, it's starting to get a little bit of a gap.
Well,
6-3, Paris.
are predictions set in stone, or can they be altered?
Absolutely not.
This is, yeah, you could feel the resistance building from Paris, and just getting that mini break seems to have eased him into a comfort zone.
Come on, man. Here we go. 6-4 Paris.
Well, that was an absolutely crucial point for McHugh. And even there, you know, 6-3 looks like a big deficit, but when you're serving at 4-6, suddenly the gap looks a lot smaller.
Yeah, I think people sometimes, or it's easy to forget when it is 6-3, that a lot of the time it is just one mini break and, you know, 2 service point holds and he's right back in this.
Exactly,
I
that
think
was quite a casually done 1-2 punch. It seemed a lot easier for him than a lot of points that we've seen previously.
Yeah, I think, you know, the most important thing he's thinking now is just basically getting one of these next 2 points and then it's back on serve. But, you know, it's been hard to get any free points on this Paris serve.
Oh, well played. And those serves have been coming down hard, but he was on his toes to get on that return, and that was so crucial.
Another great passing shot there. You know, he's heavily relied on those, and it's pulling him out of trouble here.
He's got some wheels, McHugh. I've seen him cover some fair ground, and actually, you know, Paris on that volley, it was a decent volley, and McHugh really had to work hard to get under that, and then to have the control to send it up the line the way he did as well. Very impressive.
Yeah, it was a great return. He managed to keep it low, but I thought, again, it was another great first volley from Paris to get it into an awkward position, but McHugh's movement has really impressed me in this match. He's been so quick around the court and been able to cover most things. So now it turns into another big point for Paris as well. You know, if he loses his point, he's the one a mini breakdown, and all of a sudden McHugh holds those 2 service points. He's 9-6 down. It's funny the way tennis can go.
It's a thin wire.
So many lets going on.
It shows how flat both of them are hitting the ball at times, you know, how close it's traveling. I've seen a lot of that from McHugh behind the baseline, getting ready for those returns. He knows he's short on time with them. Oh, great drop over.
I know that's the perk of being so far behind the baseline. It kind of gives yourself a little bit more time, so you have a little bit more control and are able to get those slices a little bit shorter and make it so hard for Paris. I do not want to be hitting those backhand volleys at 6-all in a match tiebreak.
Well, I mean, that was right at his feet. Does he half volley it? Does he bend and try and get underneath? It's so much to think about in such a short amount of time. Hey, credit to McHugh, 3-6 down he was, and now with the mini break at 7-6. Victory in sight. Ooh.
Oh, it looked a little bit tight on that forehand.
I've got to say, I was not expecting that after he'd got it's so much positive energy, you know, and he was really locked in and focused on what he wanted to do, and then, you know, an unforced error that does actually show, you know, this is his first match back, which he's disguised pretty well so far today.
I think sometimes it's almost easier being behind in the scoreboard. You're almost a bit freer.
Yeah.
And that was the first time he's obviously had the lead, so, you know, he just felt a little bit of pressure.
Well, after the last point, that was a must-hold one for McHugh. Takes him 2 points away from the triumph.
It's good to see he really went after that forehand, especially after being very tentative on that previous forehand. So good confidence boost there.
And now all the pressure on the shoulders of Joshua Paris. Once again, so far back and keeping it low, making life difficult for Paris.
Not sure that volley was, it did look from here anyway as if he went for sort of a drop shot volley. I mean, you know, he's practically on his shoelaces. That's probably the toughest volley you can go for, and especially it's such a crucial part of the match. You do wonder if that was the right shot, but an incredible return from AD.
Here he is. He's had to go the hard yards to get these 2 match points. Well, for a moment there, it did look in serious doubt, but Aidan McHugh, the number 3 seed, gets the win on his birthday, and he would have expected nothing less in his first match back. You know, there were moments where you could see a little bit of rustiness, but for the most part, I think it was a high level from McHugh. There were moments where Paris really raised his level. The serve and volleys were so difficult to contend with, and at the back end of that match, McHugh really struggled to find the gaps and find a way through, but he hung on, he stayed in the moment, and he did find a way. Did you see him coming through that back end?
I honestly can say I wasn't totally sure that he would, but you know, I think he's going to be so pleased with getting through that match. You know, his fighting spirit was ultimately what did get him through, and you know, I think it's always, you know, whatever tournament, whether you've had a lot of matches where you haven't played for a while, I think the hardest part is always that first match, so I think that's going to give him huge amounts of confidence moving forward, and tomorrow I reckon we'll see an even more improved Aidan McHugh.
Yeah, well, he will face Henry Patton in that quarter-final, and boy, did he earn his way there. You've got a feel for Joshua Paris because, as we said previously, 2019 struggled with a lot of injury, hasn't been able to play much at the beginning of this year, but matches like this, he's got to look at that and take the positives from it and see, I've got all these things to build on. You know, there's a very quality player opposite me, and I've been able to push him and really make him have to earn the win. I mean, he's got to take some good things away from that, right?
Absolutely. I think, you know, it's obviously going to have that tinge of disappointment there, but at the same time, you know, we have to realise that he has had a lot of injuries, and I think once he looks back in a couple of hours, or, you know, tomorrow, whenever he does, and realise that, do you know what, my level was actually really good out there, fit and healthy again, playing matches, and the more matches he plays, he's going to improve. You know, we've seen a lot of great things out there from him, so, you know, I think he's got a lot of positive to take out from that match.
Absolutely. Well, one heck of a match to launch the day here at British Tour, and it is Aidan McHugh who moves through, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time as the number 2 seed Paul Jubb takes to the court.
They're just holding them for a second, but I think the court's going to be ready in a few minutes.
Cool, thank you. They've got back on, they're happy, so there is more on the radar. Max, good? Yeah.
Well, welcome to the NTC at Roehampton, southwest London, to the second match of the second week of the LTA British Tour. And we've been treated to some fabulous tennis already today. And if that's the standard that's been set for the week, we've got some great days ahead of us. Rob Curling here with you alongside Abigail Johnson. Abigail, what a terrific match we've been treated to set this whole thing up. I mean, it could have gone either way at the end, couldn't it?
Oh, it was brilliant. Aidan McHugh, the number 3 seed, coming through on his birthday, which is always fantastic. But he really had to fight for it, and you wouldn't have thought it. You know, in the first set, he was 4-1 up. He looked very composed, very sure of himself, and then his opponent, Joshua Paris, brought out some tremendous serve and volleys to really make McHugh feel like he was lacking in options. But, you know, he showed his maturity and his experience to come through. And McHugh, you know, 20 today, he's still got a lot of potential, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him for a long time to come, as we will be seeing, I think the guy on our screen right now might be around for a fair while and has a lot of potential.
Paul Jubb, the number 2 seed here. What an exciting prospect he is at 19 years of age. We saw him in action a couple of weeks ago. He was a stand-in, I think, wasn't he, at the Battle of the Brits? And, well, he's an exciting player to watch. And you feel for Max Basing, who's a couple of years younger, that it's going to be probably quite a tall order for him, but a terrific experience too at 17 years old. But both these players, I guess, will know each other's games pretty well.
I'm not sure. I think because Paul has been playing college tennis, so he's been based over in America for some time. That came to an abrupt end for him in March. So he was NCAA champion out there. He's got some brilliant titles to his name now, and so much confidence he's taken from that. But that has kept him away from the British scene a little bit. And what's interesting is, you know, Jubb has now turned 20, Basing only 17. So Jubb is probably, when it comes to events outside of college tennis, he's probably used to being the younger player on court. But here, he's actually, he's the senior player, and he's, I would say, very much expected to win this match. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles that, going to this, having played, in Battle of the Brits, where he was an underdog a couple of weeks ago. I'm really interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker. This return to elite competition. I was actually chatting to Leon Smith, head of men's tennis, Davis Cup captain, a little bit earlier today. He's saying what a terrific opportunity this is for players to start playing matches again and to earn a bit of money, much needed money to help them with their coaching and their travel. And there is Max Basing from Weybridge in Surrey, living now in Effingham, just a little bit further down the road. And at 17 years old, we were saying this is going to be a great experience for him. Whatever the outcome of this match, I think to be playing competitive tennis, he's got a live TV audience. He's got Paul Jubb across the net, who knows his way around a tennis court, and he's had a little bit of experience of the of the big scene. I think for Max, this will be a good test for him. Yeah, I think this is a terrific starting point for him, because these are probably ideal conditions for him to be facing someone of the caliber of Paul Jubb. It is a competitive environment, but he doesn't have the pressure, of ranking points, of, needing to get to the next round. At the level these guys are at the moment, it can be a difficult life, traveling around and lower level tournaments, there's a lot more pressure to get to the next round and to earn so much money, and you have to get to a certain point to really get enough ranking points to bump you further up the rankings, and it's a very, very high pressure environment. But here, he can almost afford to swing a bit more to find out more about Jubb's game. In a competitive environment, yes, but an environment where he doesn't really have as much to lose. I think it's a great opportunity for him. And here is Paul Jubb. He carries himself well, doesn't he? Like someone who has achieved a fair bit already and who's on the road, as you were saying, Abigail, to achieving a fair bit more as well. 20 years old, ranked 519 right now. He's been up at 472 and will go a long way higher. We are sure of that. But he's got such an interesting backstory, as you say. He had quite a tough upbringing, and that's probably made him mentally quite a strong character on court. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, really. I think, it's great, what can be done for players who are in rich tennis nations, and, they get a lot of help and assistance, which definitely can make the difference. But I think another thing is, if you've had a particularly difficult background, there's this fight in you that nothing else can really instill in you. That can't really be trained into you. I think sometimes, the hardships that you've gone through in life can really shape you on the match court, and particularly in the tougher moments, and it's something that we really do see with Jubb. He's so composed, he's so intense. The first time I actually saw him live was June last year. He had a wild card into the event in Nottingham, having just come back from college, and it was on indoor hard courts. It should have been a grass court event, but traditional British weather sent us inside. And I think I was one of a handful of players actually sat courtside as he got his first challenger win against a much more experienced player. He lost a very close opening tiebreak, and a lot of players would have gone to pieces after that, but he committed to every ball, and he burst onto the scene after that, playing at Wimbledon, and his story making national headlines. But for me, that was the moment where I really sat up and took notice. He definitely showed what he was made of. Scott Noble, chair umpire for this match. He's in control of the entire thing. No line judges, no Hawkeye. So he will call the lines as best he can. I'm sure he'll do a terrific job as well. Real pressure in the chair. Yeah, and huge pressure. Yeah, it's like proper park tennis, this, isn't it? Got to go and pick your own balls up. Absolutely. So what do you think we can expect to see? How is this going to match start off, do you think, in terms of the way Max will try and establish himself a little? He wants to be serving well to open, I think, because Jubb, this isn't the first week back for him. He's already had Battle of the Brits, and he had, at the beginning of the year, some play at college. So he's not coming into this very rusty. So the likelihood is that Jubb is actually not going to have too many issues starting off this match, and therefore it's quite key
for Beijing not to be too much on the back foot and to just get as many first serves in play as possible. That can really make the difference, and give himself the chance, first of all, to engage in some rallies. And Jub is a player that loves to rally from the baseline, very intense, particularly consistent off the forehand wing. And if I'm Beijing, I'm going to look to try and target that backhand a bit early on, I think, just in the early days to try and find some openings.
Yeah, Beijing prides himself on his backhand, doesn't he? That's, I believe, his favourite shot. I wonder if he'll be trying to go down the line a bit with that today.
Well, he wants to make Jub move. I think that's the thing. We know that Jub is a comfortable player at the baseline, but it's when you're stretched out and taken side to side, you know, do you have the movement to get into the positioning that you need to be in? And yeah, Beijing, he either wants to, you know, get these big first serves in on serve and finish these points quickly, or he wants to be putting Jub in a position where, you know, he is pretty exhausted at the end of every rally. So it's a tall order, it's a big ask, but it will be a great experience for him out here. And we can see here the wind picking up, and that's going to add a totally different element to this match when it comes to, you know, you're not just playing your opponent, you're competing against the elements as well, and that can add a new dimension to the match.
Yes, indeed. It's pretty gusty out there, isn't it? I did take a wander around just to try and work out which way the wind is coming from. As we're looking there, I think it's more right to left, so sort of from behind our main camera position. You could probably tell me, from having seen the previous match closely, if balls were drifting a little bit long, were they, from that end?
Yeah, I think they were feeling it a bit, but at the same time they were harnessing that sometimes and almost using it as a weapon, because Anna was saying before, Anna Smith, who was with me earlier, very much depends on the way the wind is traveling, because you can actually use that to your advantage. Things like drop shots you have to be very careful with, because there's so little margin for error with those shots, but you know, if you time it right with the winds, they can be very effective. It's more of an issue when the wind takes the ball after it's left your racket, that you've not got so much control over that, but you just want to make sure you've got as much of it as possible when you make the contact points.
Indeed. So it's a knockout competition, 16 players in the draw. It's a women's tournament as well being played, and we'll see more of them in action here tomorrow. But Paul Jub, the number 2 seed, he'll expect to get through this. He will be determined to be in action on finals day. And it's going to be Max Beijing, 17-year-old from Effingham in Surrey, to get us up.
Straight off the bat there, you see Jeb got a second serve that he would probably have liked to attack, but with the wind, he's got to really be careful how he judges it and how much he's going for.
Well, he came in, he sensed an opportunity there, Beijing, but Jub playing that beautifully cross-court from the back.
It's nice to see that he's confident moving into the forecourt, but I think he would really have liked to have had the set-up forehand a bit deeper in the court. Jub had it quite nicely on his racket to fire the pass.
He's unlucky there, Max. The return from Jub just catching the top of the net, which rather put him off his stride, but nicely put away by the number 2 seed.
Yeah, it's such a mental game, having to handle moments like that when it's completely out of your control, but the point's still going. You've got to regroup, and you know, Jeb will take what comes. Nailed that from the top of the bounce, the final put away.
Yeah, second serve going a little wide. Bit of a gift for Jub.
Sends one back. I do think, though, I mean, the breeze is stilled a little bit, but you can't underestimate the difficulty of serving in the wind with, you know, the toss is the base of the serve. And if you've got that wrong, which is so easy to do in the wind, everything goes to pot.
Oh, that's a super shot.
Nice and flat.
Really nice and flat. Looked very confident with it too.
On such a big point as well. Saving break point with that. This is quite an intriguing opportunity because I'm guessing that most people watching this match won't really have seen Beijing play before. And it's already in this game we can see that he's quite athletic, that he likes to hit a flatter ball, that he's pretty comfortable off both wings. So interesting to see how this match moves forwards.
Well, it's a really confidence-building hold for Max Beijing, saving a couple of break points to take the first game, and he'll be really pleased with that, I think, Max, after saving those 2 break points.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a big opportunity for him. Like you say, you know, it's quite a big deal, this match being streamed and knowing people are going to be watching. It's not going to be something that he's used to. And, you know, having to take the job to step up and serve first, that can be nerve-wracking, and to stave off those 2 break points the way he did is really impressive. It gives Paul Jubb a bit to think about as he steps up to the baseline here.
Paul Jubb to serve.
So Jubb to serve, love one.
That's 15 up. That's enough.
That will give Beijing a boost the first time they're into a rally on the Jubb serve. He comes out on top.
Just pushed that a little too strongly, Beijing. I think a little bit of an unforced error on that one. Could probably afford to just ease off on that a touch. Bit of nerves there still, perhaps.
It's a difficult one against Jubb because he's known, you know, for being quite intense at the baseline, and if he gets a ball that's a bit shorter, he's probably going to go after that and capitalize. So it's a fine line between not going for too much but keeping adequate depth on your shots, and that's something that Beijing's just going to have to work out for himself as this match progresses. Well, that's a good opening hold for Jubb, both on the board now.
Oh, that's nicely played.
Great wrong footer. I think Jeb applauded there as well. Took that from a nice height, Basing, and committed to his direction.
Nice rally. I felt Basing's serve actually was going to cause Jubb a little bit of trouble there. It's a beautiful one heading down towards the tee. I just wonder if he could perhaps have done a little bit more with the third shot there in the rally.
Just pushed that a little bit too long.
I think it was.
Both of them with good depth of shot in this game.
Haven't they? Oh.
Well, he did the right things on the approach. I liked how low he kept the backhand and he really held his position over it, but you've got to make that last ball.
Good serving from the 17-year-old from Surrey, and really giving Paul Jubb a little bit to think about here. And I think a really good nerve-settling play from Basing. That serve has been quite penetrating, it's been quite deep, and he'll be pleased that this match is going with serve, and he's establishing himself nicely here in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a great start for him, and as good as he could have hoped for, really. He wasn't going to be expecting to be streaking out to a lead, but he just wanted something that could settle him into the match against, you know, a player who is already far more experienced. So, I mean, I was just thinking, you know, while this is, you know, quite a high-profile thing for Basing that he might not be so used to, for Jubb, you know, he came to prominence last year and suddenly he was headline news going into Wimbledon. He was a wild card, but everyone was watching him, and he had to deal with a lot of spotlight and a lot of pressure at that time. So for Jubb, really, this is more kind of ordinary at this point and a little bit less to deal with.
So Jubb to serve at 1-2. That was a surprise.
I think it was worth going for. He knows, you know, he's the more experienced player here, and he's not going to want to commit to too many neutral rallies when he could be a bit more proactive. So I like what he was trying to do. It was a close one.
Oh, that's super play from Jubb. Wrong footing his opponent. It all started with that serve.
Yeah, it was a textbook wrong footer, just taking him side to side a little bit and judging the moment when it was right to off balance him.
And yet again, finding those tram lines. Oh, there's a nice whippy return from Max Basing.
And we're doing pretty well for weather. Not only is there no rain, I think the breeze has settled even more. So
I was thinking both those things and decided not to say.
You don't want to jinx anything, do you?
Exactly.
I'll take the blame if it happens, you know.
Ooh. I think just in, wasn't it? From,
It was
Jubb, but
right
he's
on the baseline.
right inside, and
Or was
basically
it?
really rifling that two-handed backhand.
No, see, Basing marked it on the court with his racket and seemed to say that it was long. I think because it was so close, Jubb probably asked the question, so the call would have come from the chair. We're not getting that call quite so loud,
No.
and Basing pointed at the mark to confirm. But I'm surprised that looked like it could have caught the line to me.
2 great points.
And quite effortlessly saved the first one. And once again, it is that forehand wrong footer.
Yes.
And he's quite enjoying running Basing around once he's got a dominant first serve in.
Well, Jubb appealing for that one. Again, close. The players peppering the lines, which is a good sign.
Yeah,
Hard work for the umpires.
exactly.
Tough
The
for everyone else
margins
too.
are the margins are so slim,
Yeah.
and yeah, I would never want to be in the chair. Let's put it that way. You really have to earn the best seat in the house.
Well done, Max Basing. I thought it was a very short second serve from Jubb.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that Basing didn't go after it a bit more, but actually what he did paid off. He was careful with it, but clearly it shows his confidence in rallying and how much he can engage in this match. So credit to him. Pulled off. And a third opportunity now. That was well handled by Jubb. There was a ball early in the rally that just kind of fell onto the sideline. Looked like it might be going wide, but he didn't flinch. He just committed and resumed play, and he got the reward in the end.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that even though Jubb did play here the other week when Battle of the Brits was staged, that was indoors, so these are different conditions that he's coping with, and I think he's just taking some time to get settled here.
Just outside. I think so, yeah. Well, all credit to him for going for that line. I think he had to pretty much, but had a chance to break, but Jubb holds on and levels it back at 2 apiece.
I think that's quite a key hold for Jubb, because really I didn't see Basing getting that opportunity so early on. Credit to him for manufacturing the chances, but I think the longer this match goes on, the fewer and further between those chances are going to be. So it's really important that he plays those big points well. Great response.
Very nicely manufactured point. It's really heartening to see so many players today playing serve and volley. I'm loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to love a bit of old school. And I think it is starting to make something of a resurgence. Players are realizing, you know, they are going to get out hit at the baseline and they need to have options. Particularly encouraging when it comes from the younger players, because these are the future of the game, and who knows, maybe it won't be so old school anymore in a few years' time.
Too right. No, I love the old school,
Yeah.
obviously. In fact, it gladdened me to see 2 single-handed backhands in the previous match. I mean, that's It's not that usual these days.
No, gotta love it. Now, I love Basing's cross-court backhand. There's not much height on it, so when it goes across, it's very flat and very slick. But when he's pushed off the side of the court like there, it doesn't give him as much margin as he would like to stay in the rally. So that's something that Jeb might try to expose as this match progresses.
No, I'm surprised, quite surprised at that. I thought Jubb had Basing on the run a bit there. Jubb seemed to be in control of that rally.
Yeah, it's interesting because he was pummeling the backhand there, repeatedly going back, and seemed quite sure that the arrow would come, but in the end it came from Jubb himself. So these little things that can get in his heads.
Good catch by the net.
Who needs ball kids, eh?
Oh, that's stuck.
Shows the force in that serve.
Doesn't it just? Yeah. Again, Basing doing really well to pick that one up off his toes on the baseline. And once again, forcing the error from his opponent for a 3-2 lead.
I think this is impressive stuff from Basing so far. You know, there are moments where it looks like he could have been in a bit of trouble. It seems like Jeb has picked up on things that he could potentially penalise. And each time, you know, the teenagers come back fighting and really engaged in the match. He certainly seems to fancy his chances here. And you know, if I didn't have previous knowledge of the players before coming to this match, it would look pretty 50-50 to me from the early stages. So
yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think this is really nice for Basing that he's absolutely in this match from the word go. He's not having to play catch-up. He's holding serve. He's giving Jubb stuff to think about. But as you say, Abigail, how long can he keep this going?
it is that mentality that's so often the deciding factor. I think most guys at this tournament could go toe-to-toe with each other, but it's who can handle the moment and kind of keep their heads in the present moment.
There was Leon Smith, who we were talking about momentarily. Very successful Davis Cup captain. Head of men's tennis here at the LTA. He's delighted to see this happening as well. See these guys out here competing again.
Yeah, I've seen a few famous faces around today. I saw Liam Brody and Dan Evans hanging around
The
earlier.
British #1.
Yeah.
Had a chat with him earlier. Great to see him. And what a superb week he had here in the Battle of the Brits.
Joe Salisbury was knocking around earlier as well. Grand Slam champion now.
Of course.
Churning them out in GB, eh?
Yeah, that's super play from Jubb. Yeah, maybe the single-handed backhand is coming back into the British game because of the success Dan is having with it.
Oh, potentially. I mean,
Isn't it
Dan's
abusive?
made so many great strides over the past year or so. Really great to see. He's getting quite at home in that forecourt at the moment, Jubb.
Yeah, Basing just struggling a little bit with getting that serve back.
He has to be smart with those second serves because otherwise it really gives the opening for Basing to dig in. And like we've seen, Jubb's looking to be aggressive and to move forwards. So, good hold.
Good hold. I was holding off just a little bit on that because I wasn't too sure that Basing's return was long. But
Yeah.
it clearly was.
It's I think from the camera angle here, the shots where they're landing is looking a lot closer than they might actually be.
I think you're right.
Slid that one over. I think that pretty much clipped the net cord, hence the raised hand of apology from Jubb, but he got it where he wanted it.
Absolutely. You're not going to be able to play that one off your toes at 2 feet away from the net, are you? A terrific serve. Really taking Jubb way out of the court. He's got some weapons here, Basing. Certainly that backhand and that wide serve. Oh, lovely play.
That was great disguise on the forehand, and it shows you how important the footwork is in the positioning, because the way he got round that ball, he could just as easily have driven it cross court, and it was well set up to go down the line.
Ooh, it's a shame because he took a couple of those shots, Basing, quite early and really attacked them, but Jubb just a little bit too cute for him, and he gets 2 break points on the Basing serve.
He's thrown in some shorter slices in this game, just mixing it up and keeping Basing guessing a bit, making sure he doesn't really know what's coming. He turned that one around nicely. He had that on his racket. It was a good 1-2 to start things off from Basing, but really good defensive slice from Jubb with great depth to get himself back in play. He won't be happy at missing that forehand. Needs to shrug it off quickly.
Yeah.
No, Todd.
Well, Basing just clipping the outside edge of that line, and
Gave Jubb a bit of a taste of his own medicine,
did,
because Jubb has been landing some really deep balls there that I think Basing did well to handle and to connect with. It's the relative safety of Deuce, having saved those break points.
yeah, that's a good effort.
Advantage, Basing.
He's turning things around here, Basing, in this game. I wonder if your wind has just picked up again.
Yeah, let's blame me. It's totally my fault.
Again, Jubb finding the net. Can't quite get that rhythm.
4 games to 3.
And Jubb is standing so wide on that receiving side on in that left-hand court. I was wondering actually if maybe Basing could have done a little bit more with the next shot. But he still won the point.
It's good to see how confident he is, because we've seen some lengthy rallies here, and Basing not at all worried about engaging and going toe-to-toe with Jubb, and is really starting to push him around a bit. In the back end of that game, we could see him, dictating and really handling everything that Jubb is throwing. We've seen a few more backhand slices that Basing's timed brilliantly with his return of them, and it's shaping up to be a really interesting clash, pretty level.
I'm sure no alarm bells ringing yet for Paul Jubb.
No, I mean, he had the break points in the previous game, so I think for him, he's just got to, take the positives that, hey, even though my opponent's playing well, I've been close already. But it'll be interesting now that he's on serve to see if he tries to move in a bit more, given that he's starting to lose some of the longer rallies.
Which way did that go?
I'm really not sure. It looked like it could have dropped in. If it did, no, it didn't. I thought the wind might have taken it inside the lines, but again, our angle doesn't quite do it justice.
Tough job that, calling the far lines from up there. Oh, that's a shame, because he was really finding such a good length on those forehands, really deep into the court, and just maybe just slashed a little bit of that one.
Yeah, he was in the position he wanted to be. He'd taken that rally into his favour. And going back to what I was saying about Jubb moving in, maybe not so much on that rally, but the one before, with the driving forehands he had, there was definitely opportunity to move in that he didn't take, and I think he got a bit lucky in that previous rally.
Oh, that is beautifully played. I thought Jubb was all over that one. I wondered if he might have volleyed it as well and gone for a smash, but he waited for bounce, played it safe. Maybe he shouldn't have played it safe, but well done. Full marks to Max Basing. He made a heck of a lot of ground to play that winner from a very difficult position.
Absolutely tremendous touch. And maybe that indicates a bit why Jubb hasn't been so keen to move forward. I know that he is capable at the net, but he didn't quite look comfortable there when he did come in.
Oh, was that a little long?
Meanwhile, I think he got that one. He did.
It's given to him. Well, this is great play by Basing. Gives him 2 break points. Can he convert this time?
Great
it's a terrific opportunity for him, isn't it?
Yeah, he's taking this on. He's not waiting for things to come into his favour. He's committing to his approach.
Oh, Jubb. Jubb.
And there it is.
There we are, the first break of the match, and it's gone the way of 17-year-old Max Basing, and that's a terrific performance from him. I think helped a little bit by his opponent, perhaps, just taking his eye off it a bit, but I think full marks to Max Basing for the way he played that game.
I mean, as you noted, maybe it is my fault, but the wind has picked up again, and I think Jubb's timing has almost gone a bit with it. I'm not necessarily saying that is the core reason, but I think that was a misjudgment on the backhand wing, and we saw a couple of errors from Jubb in that game. And yeah, I think the breezy conditions probably have come into play a little bit.
So I wonder if the start of this match, Basing would have thought that he might have got himself into a position where he would be serving for the opening set. He will be very happy to have that opportunity and just now needs to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good testament to the ability he's shown to stay in the moment. We were talking about would he be able to do that, and I think he's proven that, you know, he is very much focused on each point as and when it comes.
And there we go again. And he's really mixing up the shots nicely as well now, Max Basing. I feel he's settling into this game in a way that we probably didn't predict.
He's one of his shots there, one of the ground strokes cross court, barely landed in, and I think it's showing, you know, you said before backhand his preferred shot. I think that's very helpful to him because a lot of players do very much prefer their forehand and run around to take that, but he's very comfortable off both wings.
And he's given himself 2 set points, Basing. He's looking so assured here, and I think Jubb is just looking a little perplexed at the moment. He's not quite sure how to play him. So 3 set points. He gets it first time. Well, that's a terrific opening set for Max Basing, and I think we doff our caps to him for looking so self-assured in that opening set.
That was a great finish as well, using the body serve, and Jubb just didn't have an angle to take on with that return. Fantastic stuff from Basing, and his whole demeanour exactly the same from the first point of the match, and I think that kind of thing seems like a small thing, but it can have such an impact on the wider situation. You know, you can read a lot of your opponent's emotions, you can see how they're responding to situations, but even at that time when he was down break points, you know, he just took it on the chin and he played his game and he committed to his shots, and so clean off both wings. I think he saves himself a lot of time not trying to move around to hit off the forehand and things like that. He just seems very comfortable and very secure with how he's playing at the moment.
Also using the single-handed backhand a little bit, wasn't he, from the baseline, which is giving yet another thing for Jubb to think about, the way that ball is coming back to him. But a terrific confidence-boosting start for him, and he just needs to try and keep in this frame of mind now as we move into the second set. I wonder what Jubb will be thinking right now.
I think he'll be thinking that he can do a lot more. That definitely wasn't his best tennis. I think Basing played really well, but I think Jubb will know that if he takes his level up a notch, this is definitely, you know, a winnable match for him. Like we've alluded to, you know, it is a different situation for him being the #2 seed and actually being expected to win this match. So that might add a new dimension to things for him. But, you know, if he can land some more first serves, then I would like to see him coming forward a bit more. He didn't seem too comfortable with it in the first set, but I think at this point, you know, if Basing stays as comfortable as he is, you've got to give him some different things to look at and test him in some different areas.
Would that be Jubb's normal game to come in?
He likes to baseline. He is a baseliner, but he can play from all areas of the court. That's why he's done as well as he has to date. An alternative might be to try and draw Basing into the net and see how he copes there, because we've seen a lot of baseline hitting in this match and not really much else from Basing. So it might be worth the shot to see how he responds in the forecourt.
So Jubb to get us underway. Second set, love 1.
Puts a lot of spin on that forehand, which allows him to control it a bit more, and I think in these conditions that might be quite helpful. Oh,
that's great play.
That is quite a special shot for Jubb, the cross-court forehand, and the way he's able to disguise it as well. He took a lot of the depth off that to get it shorter, and I think even if Basing would have been able to anticipate it, it would have been very difficult to get substantially underneath it.
If that was in, that's a lovely shot. I'm not sure it was it?
I think that was
No,
wide.
just
Yep.
good thing I'm not calling the line.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare job today.
Oh, well, he has brought Basing in, and I thought Basing could have done better to execute a potential winner there, but just dug it into the net.
I think the slice backhand on the pass is deceptively tricky because it's so important on those passing shots to keep it low. And if the slice is hit right, then it does keep that ball traveling low. There's a different kind of spin on it, and you really have to connect so cleanly, which Basing wasn't able to do there. But a good start for Jubb in this set after the last one kind of ran out of control for him at the back end. It disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah, he'll be pleased to have got that first game under his belt. And I wonder if we are going to see a slight change of tactic, and maybe he is going to, as you suggested, Abigail, perhaps try and force Max into the net a little bit more. But, well, I wouldn't put anything past Max Basing at the moment. I think he's a pretty capable player.
Yeah. I think Jubb's ascertained from that first set that he can't just keep playing the way he was. There has to be a change here.
Ooh. A little loosener. You sense, though, don't you, that Basing is actually quite happy to come into the net. He seemed to try and control that point so that he could come in.
I think that, you know, he will take whatever comes his way, and he will commit to his shots. I think that that's what we've seen from him. So if the ball is landing a bit shorter and it looks like he needs to move in, he's not going to try and back off. He will follow the way the play's going. But it looks like Jubb might just have got in his head a little bit with, with the last point, and it's good to see Jubb switching it up. You know, it wasn't the best lob in the world, but it did move Basing around, and that was what needed to happen.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit rushed. So Jubb on the move potentially here with 3 break points. We've seen Basing turn these around though in the previous set. Oh, Jubb's down, and that's
Wow.
I mean, he is hitting it so flat.
I know.
Basing at times. It's hopefully Paul Jubb's okay, but he is being made to really work, and being pushed around by Max Basing, who's really imposing himself on this match and on this game. He's just checking that Paul Jubb is okay. A little shake of the hand, and I think he's all right.
Yeah, I think Basing is striking so fluidly, and I think Jubb's really met his match at the baseline because he's used to being able to kind of outlast opponents and really show his grit in that department. But Basing doesn't get tired by the looks of things. Youthful energy. Yeah, there was good commitment from Jubb because he had a little bit of time to overthink there, and really he just needed to send it in hard and it would be job done, because it was a difficult pickup for Basing previously that he actually did well to keep going. Looks like this might be in relation to... Oh, new balls.
Ah, yes, bit of disinfectant.
So there is the break for Jubb, a little bit of a turning of the tables, and credit to him for sitting down at that last changeover and clearly kind of thinking over what needed to change for the new set, because we're already seeing a difference.
So Jubb then to serve with a 2-love lead in this second set. Basing taking that first set 6-3, and Jubb serving with new balls.
15 love.
Ooh.
I think he was being run around so much that it was worth going for. It was a bit of an all-or-nothing shot up that line.
It's good to see him still going for it. He's not going to be stopped. Well, a little bit of misjudgment from Paul Jubb. I'm not sure if it needed to be quite that good.
I think he is making an effort to keep some of these balls shorter, because when he gets the angle on them, it means it's traveling further off the court, and obviously he's then stretching Basing out.
Well played, Max Basing. That was a brave shot, that two-handed backhand volley. I'm not sure if he had any choice but to play it, but he played it well.
He did well to hold his nerve, because it was a great return. He dug right into the corner, and then terrific scrambling from Jubb on the back foot to get back on level pegging. So Basing did well just to kind of stay calm.
40-30.
You could hear the reaction there from Jubb, just knowing what an important point that was in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, a 3-love lead would be invaluable to Jubb right now, and you just wonder, could that pose a problem for Basing in terms of mental? his mental state.
Well, here's the thing. We were speaking earlier, myself and Anna, about the format for this particular tournament. And rather than it being 3 full sets, if this goes to 1-set-all, there will be a 10-point match tiebreak. And for the player that's trying to come back, that makes it a lot easier mentally because you're not looking at such a big deficit to have to climb. If you reset at the beginning of this set, as Jabba's done, if you level up, you know, it's anybody's game. And I think that does actually have a psychological impact.
Yeah, very good point.
Just on that wide shot there, I was thinking such lovely grounds they have here at the National Tennis Centre. Such a beautiful place.
It's a wonderful facility, isn't it? What, 22 courts or so here?
Yeah,
and
22.
Undergone a few changes recently, but a real headquarters for elite tennis. And great to see live tennis back in action here. It's like a traditional summer. We've got live tennis. It's on the television. We've got Test cricket being played in Southampton. England aren't doing very well. It's a traditional summer.
Spots of rain as well.
Oh, there we are. We do have the indoor option here,
Yes.
which is great.
Yeah, it's good to have those options.
Yeah,
Much needed at times.
indeed. So Basing trying to fight his way back into this second set, serving at love 3.
You know, previously in this match, he's been quite content to rally away, and for good reason, because it's been standing him in good stead. But this is probably the moment where he thinks, right, I've got to ramp it up a gear now, maybe start attacking a bit more, and he dictated that point incredibly well.
Obviously, they wouldn't normally have their coaches with them on court, but of course, for Battle of the Brits, coaches were very much there. And obviously, that's a tremendous support for the players. But how good is it in these kinds of matches, do you think, to have to think things through for yourself as a player, particularly as a young player?
Great work with that wrong footing forehand, so flat. Yeah, going back to what you were saying, I think it's brilliant. You know, tennis is such a mental workout. You know, it is the big deciding factor is who can handle the moments best. And, you know, in the biggest events, you know, the Grand Slams and in all ATP events, you're not allowed to have your coach there. And I think it's so important to have that practice away from those stages in order to get yourself into the position you need to be to compete at that level.
Oh, well played.
Just needed the touch on that. He judged it brilliantly, was underneath it, and was able to scoop that back into play. Really lovely shot. Yeah, I mean, for things like Battle of the Brits, you know, the on-court coaching it provides great insight for the people that are watching. It's really a really enjoyable aspect of it. I found it incredibly insightful, you know, seeing what the coaches were saying, not just at changeovers, you know, but during the points, you know, the little whispers of advice. Sometimes it's just encouragement, sometimes it is tactics. But I think, you know, not all players are even going to be able to have their coaches traveling with them to tournaments. So I think sometimes, you know, you just need to look at it and think we need a level playing field here.
Oh, that's beautifully played by Jubb. Right from the word go on that point. He knew what he wanted to do. He moved his player around and a beautiful piece of wrong footing there, and then that just puts him in. And even that final put away went the side that I didn't think it was going to go.
He's great with his commitment, Jubb. He's not worried about striking to the same wing too many times. If he feels he needs the extra couple of shots, he'll put them in play and makes the finishing job a lot easier. I think that was a touch long.
Felt a little long, didn't it?
And there we go. It is the double break for Jubb. This has all happened rather quickly.
Hasn't it just? Although I don't sense that Beijing is being phased by this mentally. He looks like he's okay with it, but is obviously just now not being able to convert some of these points.
I think it goes back to what we were saying about Beijing's level at the beginning was great, but Jubb's was not as good as it could be. And I think definitely over the past few games we've seen Jubb taking some steps up, cutting out the errors, being more confident and being a little bit more attacking minded. And those wrong footers are terrific.
They really are terrific. And I thought, yeah, I thought Beijing was a little bit slow to move on one of those. Just I didn't quite seem to read it. Yeah, he looks like a man in control now, doesn't he? A man on the charge. Yes, as Jubb begins to assert himself more and more, you just feel he senses he's a bit more in control now, playing with a little bit more confidence even.
He looks a lot more comfortable than he did. There's new venom in that forehand. Before, you know, he was keeping it in play. It was consistent. It was good enough. But now it has that extra bite to it that's really getting him some good points on the board here.
Well, Jubb running away with this second set. Serving out to Love for a 5-love lead. So what does Max Beijing think here? Yep, let this go now and put everything into that deciding tiebreak.
It's a difficult one because, you know, your odds of, with Jubb playing as well as he currently did, or as he did in that last game, it's very difficult to see yourself probably coming back from Love 5. But at the same time, you don't want to tank it, you know. So I think, you know, the key is stay in the moment and take it point by point, because if you look at that mountain to climb, there's no way you're going to want to climb it. So you literally do have to take it step by step. And I would hope that that's what Beijing does. And if not, then, you know, he really has to regroup pretty quickly for the tiebreak. I saw Cameron Norrie a moment ago with his rackets. He probably has to get ready quite quickly, because I think this second set has rolled past a bit quicker than we would have expected. And he's next on.
He certainly is. #1 seed here. Also had a good run at the Battle of the Brits, finishing in 3rd place. But Max Beijing now at Love 5. Yeah, Jubb's got his man on the run here, hasn't he? And it's a while since Beijing has managed to get a point on the board on his serve. He'll be wanting to put a fairly swift end to this run right now.
Driving deep jab, and second serve's not helping Basing's cause because he wants to do everything possible to keep on the front foot, and jab's the word comfortable just comes to mind. He's looking so much more at ease than he did even half an hour ago.
Well done, Max Basing. I really thought Jubb had that one. I felt he was toying with his opponent a bit there. But he's very quick to come into the net when he needs to here. And then for the second time we've seen in this match, he comes in to play a winner.
It's almost identical to a shot he hit earlier in the match, actually. And Jubb just not enough depth on the volley and lacking in time to respond to the pickup. Well, who knows if he can get this game on the board. Could add an extra plot twist to this one. But
Good indeed. It'll certainly help his confidence. Basing, it's not nice to see a potential bagel appearing, having had 2 double breaks and chance to hold here. Oh, that's beautifully played.
It's the kind of thing that was the kind of thing Jubb was doing earlier on, you know, with the shorter angled forehand. He's like, hey, this is what you do to me. Have it back.
Look at that.
Oh, that is a fantastic angle.
Well, you've got to be pretty self-assured and confident to play that sort of shot as well. So, full marks to Basing.
He seemed so cool this entire time.
Yeah.
Now here we go. It is like he's just injected a load of confidence into his veins and taking that ball early in order to move into the net there, which is good to see. Planning his moves.
Oh, that's super play from both players. Did you see where that went, Abigail?
Oh, it was a lovely angle cross court. It just dropped it over. And not much has changed, you know, but he's more forward thinking. He's still got the fluid strokes, but he's more attacking minded and looking pretty comfortable at that net.
Well, that looks so easy.
Well, he's gone into some sort of zone in this game.
I think what's impressive is he hasn't allowed himself to become phased by those 2 breaks against him on his serve. You know, going love 5 down. He's, I think he's enjoying himself out there.
Yeah. I think Jubb could have done a bit more in that last rally. You know, there were opportunities I felt for Basing to move in that he didn't take, and Jubb could have penalised that. But you know, it goes that way sometimes, and you just got to learn from it and move on to the next point. And 3 big ones he's facing now, 3 break points.
He's done it. I mean, that is hugely impressive.
Very.
And I felt he made Jubb really work hard, and Jubb got nothing out of that game at all. It's a love break. Basing giving back a bit what he was having to take earlier in the set.
It's interesting, you know, because the kind of rally that we just saw are the kind of rallies that Jubb would usually win, or does win on a number of occasions. And you know, Basing is just acting like this is his territory. And yeah, it's great to see his mindset here. You know, I think he has stayed in the moment throughout much of the match. You know, when he was falling behind all those games in this second set, his demeanor never changed. He's just been completely solid all the way through. And at times that might have looked passive, but he's showing, you know, that it's actually an asset. And you know, he is able to focus on what's at hand, and that's serving him incredibly well now, when a lot of players, to be honest with you, would probably have just let it go to a match tiebreak, because that love 5 deficit just looks so huge. You know, you have to take it 1 point at a time, which is what Basing's done.
Yeah, I think he's shown a lot of maturity in achieving that as well. But Jubb serving with a chance to level it at a set all here, to force that match tiebreak. But sorry, it's Basing serving. I do beg your pardon.
Just broke.
Yeah. Yes. Is that how it works?
Yeah. I think so. It's been a while since tennis was on, you know. I think Cam Norrie might have to start his warm-up again.
Yes, he's wandering around in front of our commentary position, looking very, very restless.
Oh, did that find
well
the ground?
played. I think that went straight through, didn't it?
Yeah, I think because of his positioning behind the baseline, he was quite far back, which meant it landed. There we go, stretched out, and therefore it comes to land a bit earlier. And
Sure.
Basing's work backfires on him there. Great stretch from Jubb.
Oh, that's beautifully played.
Wonderful pickup. You thought Jubb had done enough there, you know, on the run, and to get the flat angle as he did. And it almost had to be casual from Basing, just stick his racket out and let the momentum bounce off his strings. He did a great job there.
No, that is the way to win a tennis point.
Wow.
That is an absolute joy. I did wonder if Max maybe should have played it behind the player, behind his opponent, but it was a terrific run from Paul Jubb.
Still getting his breath back. Some ridiculously entertaining tennis in the last couple of points.
Absolutely right. 30 all.
Ooh. Lucky let there. I think that just caught the service line.
I think it did.
Come on.
It's good to hear that positivity from Jubb. A couple of big come-ons after the last 2 points. He really wants it here.
He does. Gives him set point on the Basing serve. And he's done it. He's really good on that cross-court, deep, running wide on his forehand, and takes the second set to level the match at 1 set apiece. That takes us into a match tiebreak. But there was a brilliant bit of rallying back at 5-love down from this guy, Max Basing, but Jubb just managing to hold on, break again, and force this match tiebreak. And Jubb, I think, will be a little bit relieved about that, Abigail.
I think so, after the way that first set went. You know, he had a lot to think through, which he clearly did at the previous change of ends, and, you know, came out more attacking minded, trying a few different things. We saw him mixing it up with the slices and the lobs at the beginning of the set, and just being a bit less predictable, which I think helped set him up to finish that set off, and credit to Basing for fighting back. But some great examples from Jubb of his ability to turn defense into attack, you know, using the spin on the ball and brushing up the back of it when he was far behind the baseline to get the angles that he needed. It's not all about the depth.
So, in your view, who does this match tiebreak favour?
Well, I think now Jubb's on level terms. You know, he is the more experienced player, and he will fancy himself coming through this. You know, Basing probably not as familiar with this format of matches and having to come through the match tiebreak. But, you know, the way he's just focused on each point as it's come all the way through this match, I think that actually does stand him in good stead for this kind of format, because if you go down early in these match tiebreaks, it is very easy to let that get to you and suddenly feel like everything's slipping away very quickly, and he shouldn't let that happen. So, yeah, I think should favour Jubb with his experience, but there are ways that it could be beneficial for both players here. I always keep myself safe, you know, with my predictions.
Are you sitting on that fence?
Yeah, always, always. If you wanted me to make an outright call, I'd say Jubb. What would you say, Rob?
Well, I'm going to sit on the fence.
Okay. I've done it many times, therefore I cannot blame you. Flirted with a disaster with that backhand on the baseline. But that's what it has to be. He played a brilliant match, Paul Jubb, against his fellow alternate, Ryan Peniston, in the Battle of the Brits.
Yes.
A really close contest, and he won it 10-6 in the match tiebreak. And what he said after that match was really reflected where his mentality was at. He said, "You've got to leave it all on the line. I don't want to lose and play conservative when I could win, well, when I could lose and have, you know, played on my own terms and had it on my racket."
It's a great attitude.
So I really don't think we'll be seeing him holding back here. I think he found what worked for him in that second set, and looks like he's continuing that theme.
Good serve from Basing, but Jubb is a mini break up here. Well, I think that's the first miss hit we've probably seen all day.
It is impressive, you know, given that, you know, obviously Jubb did play Battle of the Brits, but neither of these two have had much match practice in recent times, so they've been playing very well, all things considered.
I think Jubb looks like he wants to be home and dry here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's driving that forehand. And I have to say, since I first watched him and clips I've seen of him previously, the backhand has stepped up a lot in recent times. And to get to the level that he's at now, you need to have that solid all-round game. Yeah, maybe the forecourt isn't his favourite place in the world, but he's proven he can play from there as well. So He's got a good base.
So a change of ends. Still a little way to go in this match tie break. First to 10.
More so in a normal tie break, but I think here as well, the first point after the change of ends is always pretty crucial for the player that's trailing because, you know, it is just the one mini break at the moment, but even 2-4 to 2-5, now that looks like a really big deficit, but if Basing holds here and it's 3-4, you know, there's nothing in it, essentially. So, for the mentality, this is a huge point coming up.
Well, that's a great deep serve from Basing. Just what he needed, really. Didn't want to get into a rally. Serve deep. Forced Jubb to hit long. So we are back now at 4-3 with Jubb to serve. Was that called out?
I think the return was called wide. He went after it. It did look fractionally wide. And yes, it was.
Well, 4 marks to him for going for it.
He had to. It was a second serve, and it was good to see him, you know, in that position, committing to his shot. It's the right thing to do.
Well, I think this might just now, perhaps, be slipping away from match Basing.
Still on that fence, Rob.
Well, I'm hedging it slightly. Oh, it was a terrific get from Jubb.
I think that was long, the final ball.
Long from Basing, I think, indeed. Yeah, what a get from Jubb.
It's brilliant the way he plays with the length of the court. You don't see a lot of players doing that, and you know, just as well as he can hit deep, it was very smart to land the ball the way he did there and make Basing play the ball, and he did overhit it. He expected more of himself with that slice. He's really shown his scrambling abilities, Jubb, and that forehand with all its spin. It's a great consistent ground stroke that keeps him going in these rallies. So I think that he would have expected a bit more from himself in that one, but has to move on quickly.
Oh, it's beautifully taken.
Right on the line.
Right on the line, and a sense that he's on his way home here.
And particularly big after his disappointment on the previous point. Wow. Square on the line. And once again, the way he just steps around that ball to give himself the option of going cross-court or going down the line, and it's then so difficult for the opponent to read where he's going, and it's, how does he guess, you know?
Sense it's a long way back here now for Max Basing. He's played a terrific match, though. Not over yet.
And the wide serve, dragging Basing out wide, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's starting to get a little slippery. There's some fine rain, I think, coming down. Might have hindered his ability to readjust, but here we are then with the match points.
That is a courageous shot at match point down, I think, from Basing.
Nicely slid down the line. I am wondering if they're going to halt this at match points.
Surely not.
The rain is coming down a little heavier. There are words from the umpire. Wondering if he's seeing what the preference is. Looks like they're... Jeb wants to keep playing.
Jeb wants
by
to
the
keep
looks of
going,
things.
for
Of course
sure.
he does, you know.
I can do it on the next point, he's saying. That's precisely when the weather forecast I was looking at said the rain would be here.
Oh, really?
It did, 3 o'clock. Bang on.
Shout out to them.
9-6. Jump.
Oh. Well, Jeb's intent on getting this one done. I'm not sure the chair umpire is so much on board.
What is going on here? They are talking about calling a halt to it. It could be over in a matter of seconds. That's what Job would like to do, but a lace down the line. But
A drop of rain and I'm off court. It gets so slippy so easily, particularly on those lines. You have to be so careful.
this is the problem. We don't risk injury to the players. Scott Noble, the umpire, is calling a halt to play on match point. Can you believe it?
Wow. And you can understand why Jeb didn't want to stop, because he'd got into such a flow, and you know, he could sense, we could sense that, you know, victory was around the corner. And once you take a break, momentums can be stalled, your opponent's had time to think things through. It really can be a game changer. So they're just going to hang around a bit now, see if it eases off.
And this is a real shame for, particularly for Paul Jubb, who he could have polished it off a couple of times actually, and we wouldn't be in this position. But
I think he might have wangled a couple of extra points out of the umpire. But
do you?
when it didn't end, you know, safety is the top priority here, as we're seeing, you know, with all the restrictions here at NTC. Everyone's doing a fantastic job of making sure with the coronavirus people are safe. And same has to go for the courts and the rain. Can't have them playing on a slippy court.
Absolutely right. Yeah, we all had our temperature checks when we came in this morning. It's all socially distanced, and it's being extremely well run, as indeed was Battle of the Brits just a few weeks ago. Tournament organiser Jamie Murray making quite a name for himself with that. So just holding on a little bit to see what might happen here. It's quite unusual in many respects to have an option of being able to then continue the match indoors, but it may come to that for just a single point. The ideal scenario, of course, would be if they could stay out there, maybe dry off the lines. Is that an option? But if that miserly rain continues, that's not going to work. That's not going to do it.
I know there was a situation last week where they did have some trouble with the rain early days, and they did, once the rain had stopped, they cleaned up the courts and came back to play outside. But then there was another situation where, you know, looking at the forecast, rain was moved indoors. So there has to be an executive decision on that. But I think for the time being, we're just going to have to wait this one out.
Yeah, it's frustrating to say the least, but it is an English summer, as I said. What more would you expect? And talking about that final last Sunday with saw Emma Raducanu. What an exciting prospect she is, but very
fantastic.
breezy, wasn't it? I mean, it was more than breezy, perhaps.
Yeah, I think she described it as weather for sailing, or either her or Jodie Burridge, who she played in the final. Yeah, very gusty, and it's not something that I think you can fully appreciate until you have to be the one on court dealing with it. These players, you know, they're so well trained. They've competed in all kinds of conditions, and most situations, you know, they will find a way to deal with it, so they can make things look a lot easier than they actually are. Particularly with the winds, you know, if I'm playing in the winds, my ball tosses all over the place. I can't connect with the ball. I can't find the service box, but they just get on with it, because what else can you do? But with the rain, now that's a different story. You don't want to be slipping and sliding about in the rain if you don't have to.
It's very, very light rain, but as you were saying, it's what it's doing to the surface of the court. And if someone, you know, slides on one of those lines, strains an ankle, then that's the end of their tennis for a few weeks. So still a chance we may get some more play.
Paul Jebb understandably anxious to get back out there. I think it's easing off, you know. I think it's pretty much disappeared for the time being.
Careful, Abigail, you know what it's like when you say these things.
I never said that.
What we need is a bit of a breeze to blow it away. And at the same time dry out the courts, and then we're in business. But it's all on Paul Jebb's racket for now if we do restart. And I think this is a great tournament, as you alluded to earlier, for seeing some of the new talent that a lot of people wouldn't be aware of necessarily. Paul Jebb, obviously, after his astonishing year last year, and out come the towels, so it looks like they are intending to try and get going again. Paul Jebb has, obviously, his name is now up there and people know a bit about him. You know, but the likes of Max Basing, who not many people would have seen, but what a terrific player he is. He's got a really good head for his game, I think, and plays a beautiful game. Lovely game to watch.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that head game is so important, because you see a lot of players that can hit a very nice ball, and, you know, Basing does hit very fluidly. It's very enjoyable to watch, but the thing that is going to decide the rankings at a later date is how they handle the big moments. And from what we've seen in this particular match, he's a guy that takes every point as it comes and treats everyone the same, and that's it's a really good asset to have going into life on tour and the rigors that come with that.
Some interesting one-footed towel drying techniques going on here. I hope the laundry's up and running, because these towels are going to need a bit of a wash. But drying out the lines, as they tend to be the most slippy.
Yeah.
And the umpire playing his part as well. Scott Noble, it's great to see everyone just getting involved and helping to get play underway.
Pitching in. I guess, yeah, the ball kids would usually be across that kind of thing. We've seen them at the slams and the like, getting their towels out and cleaning up, but no ball kids, no lines judges, just keeping things to a minimum here for the safety of all involved.
And it's working remarkably well, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, full marks to the LTA and everyone involved in the organisation of this event, and for getting it up and running in the first place. Just wonderful to get some competitive tennis back, and at a good level too. So Jebb gets his chance. Serving at match point. And he's done it. Well, a slight delay while they cleaned up the lines, and Jebb manages to clean up the match. A touch of the rackets, of course, no handshakes allowed. Jubb comes through, but a superb performance from both players. And I think in Max Basing, we should be keeping an eye on him, because I think he's out there to make his mark.
Yeah, 17 is so young, particularly in the men's game. We see on the women's side a lot of players are breaking through younger. But for the guys, you know, you're not really going to make your breakthrough until late 20s. You know, guys are peaking at the moment. So to have the mentality and the approach to the game that Basing's shown today, that's such an asset for him moving forwards. And, you know, he's got a very fluid game to go with that. So looking forward to keeping an eye on him. But credit to Paul Jubb, because he didn't have the best opening to this match, and he was able to just get his head down and work through that. You know, his poise and his own head game, you know, has been commented on a lot, and for good reason, because he does have a great approach. He's very well grounded, and he competes well in every single point. So great to see how he was able to regroup there, and not a wonder he wanted to get that one finished quickly at the end. Sensed this chance.
Well, they're made of strong stuff in Hull, aren't they? Which is where he hails from, Paul Jubb. And he's come through this one, but not without a bit of a wobble. And in many ways, that's probably going to help him more as the tournament progresses than if he'd had a fairly comfortable win, because he's got things to go away and think about and work on now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point, and it's better to get that rest out of your system in the earlier rounds than, you know, later in this tournament. He could come up against the likes of Cameron Norrie, who played so well at Battle of the Brits, Aidan McHugh, who we saw on court earlier, who did something of the same, you know, getting the rest out of the system and working through problems. And yeah, he definitely has a lot to look at going forwards now.
Great stuff, Abigail. Thank you very much indeed. So Paul Jubb, the second seed, is through to the second round, but he was made to work for it from 17-year-old Max Basing. But Paul Jubb through to round 2. Next up, it's Cameron Norrie, the number 1 seed, against Ben Jones.
enough confidence.